sound system that puts you right in the action. Grab a cold drink.
Hold your breath. They blocked them the last time. The ball is spotted. The kick is away. It's blocked! It's blocked! It's picked up by the Eagles. Running with it is Davis. 30, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown! Game over! Jordan Davis!
Are you kidding me?
Blocked him again!
Are you kidding me?
Blocked him again! Have you ever seen anything like this?
We play so many styles of football. We're in that first half. We got to get out of this playing not to lose. We got to come out aggressive and play our game. You saw our game in the second half.
As heard right here on 97.3 ESPN, Merrill Reese, Mike Quick on the call. As Jalen Hurts said, that's our style of football. Wow, everybody. The Eagles beat the Rams in a wild finish yesterday at Lincoln Financial Field. And the Sports Bash is live today at the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Well, if you bet the Birds yesterday, you had to wait to the last possible play to cash your ticket. But they did cover because Jordan Davis, as you just heard, blocked his second field goal of the day. This one, he rumbled all the way to pay dirt, and the Eagles win 33-26 over the Rams at the Link. What's up, everybody? I am your host, Mike Gill. Pete G is our on-site producer today. Josh Henning is back at the Ocean Casino Resort Studios. You out there. It's like one of those days where you almost don't even know where to start because you had so many things kind of on your notes of they didn't do this right, they didn't do this, they didn't do that, they just struggled doing this. Why couldn't they do this? How come they didn't do that offensively in the first half? And then the way this game ends almost makes you forget all the things that they couldn't accomplish, and it makes you look at all the things they were able to do to win that game yesterday. But it was certainly a tale of two halves. The first half of that game, it was one of the least entertaining football games you had ever seen. And then the second half of that game, it turned into one of the most entertaining football games that you had ever seen. If you're an Eagles fan, if you're a Rams fan, you leave scratching your head like, wait, what the heck just happened? The Rams scored 7 points in the second half. The Eagles made so many big plays in that game that if I were to say what was the play of the game, I could get 10 different answers. There are 3 plays that stand out to me. We're going to play them for you coming up in just a second here on the Sports Bash Live. I mean, essentially, this is the Jordan Davis game. He blocks the field goal, picks it up, scores the touchdown. He's in on the other block with Jalen Carter. The two of them got their mitts on the first block kick. By the way, how many times do you see a block kick, let alone 2 block kicks in the same game? He then made what I thought was one of the plays of the game. This is on third down. And Jordan Davis, it probably will not be remembered, but this is a huge play in the game, and I'm going to talk about all of the other stuff that happens off of this play. Here is Jordan Davis on maybe the play of the game.
Calling for the football. Stafford's back. He looks left. He's being chased. He's rolling. He's being chased by Jordan Davis, who pushes him out of bounds short of the first down.
He's run
Jordan
down.
Davis caught him.
He's run down by Jordan Davis.
Third down play. And it's funny because he pushes him, and he's, as Mike Quick said, he's run down by Jordan Davis. Jordan Davis is like a 400-pound man running down Matthew Stafford. That all that Stafford has to do is get the 2 yards, and possibly that game is over. That game is probably over if in that spot the Rams end up getting a first down there. Instead, they have to punt the ball and give the Eagles the ball back. The Eagles go on a 13-play, 87-yard drive that changes the complexity of the whole game. They basically make it to where the Rams, after Philadelphia scores that touchdown there, it makes it 26-21. Now the Rams have to play to try to score points. And I thought it was an interesting spot in the game where the first blocked field goal comes into play here. Because at that moment, you could have theoretically said they should have gone for it there. Because a field goal only makes it a one-score game. The score would have been an 8-point lead, 29-21, if in fact they make that play. But let's go back to the score, because A.J. Brown on a third down play, this might have been the play of the game.
He's back again. He steps up. He's going deep down the far side of the field, and it is caught. A.J. Brown down near the 30.
That's where you need to go with the football. Single coverage, give A.J. Brown opportunities. He comes up big.
Yeah, and that's a play there on third down where he basically catches the football and extends a drive. And you're thinking to yourself, man, what if he doesn't make that play there? I mean, it is a play where we talk about it all the time. Get A.J. Brown the ball one-on-one and make the poor sap try to tackle him, and they couldn't do it. And then on the flip side of things, the Eagles score the touchdown. They make it 26-21. The Rams now get the ball back, and they are going to try to push this to a 29-21 lead when this happens.
This is another short one, 36 yards. Here it is. Ball is spotted. The kick is blocked. It's blocked, and it's bouncing around, and the Eagles have it. They blocked the kick.
Now think about this. The Eagles get a stop on downs to start the fourth quarter. It was fourth down right around midfield, and the Eagles get the stop. They try to run the football with Kyron Williams, and the Eagles blast him in the backfield. At that time, you got the ball. Philadelphia has the ball on 1st and 10 at their own 47. I mean, they're at midfield. The Rams give you the ball at midfield, and the Eagles go 3 and out or 4 and out. They went for it on fourth down, and they did not get it, which sets up the Rams to get the ball back at the 50-yard line. So they get the ball back at the 50, and all they have to do is make this kick. Now, I thought they were playing very conservative to kick that field goal in that spot. You know, we were all watching at my house and saying, are they really going to kick this field goal right here? It ends up being a field goal attempt for 36 yards. So it's kind of a chip shot field goal, but the down and distance is 4th down and 2. I thought the Rams would go for it there, because if you make the field goal, you're still only 1 score up. Now, the Eagles ended up scoring a touchdown where they did not convert the 2-point conversion. So you could say, hey, make them go for 2, make them get it, and the worst-case scenario on the road is we are tied. But there were so many things that had to go your way. But I kept saying, you know, the Eagles' defense in the first half, I thought played okay. I don't think they were great in the first half, but I kept saying to the people that I was watching the game with is the Rams keep kicking field goals here. They kicked 1, 2, 3 field goals in the first half. And I was like, even though the Eagles' offense really isn't doing anything, this game feels like it could go one of 2 ways at halftime. One, remember the guy who texted in on Friday's show and he said this game made him think of the 49er game where the 49ers came here and just blasted you after you beat them in the playoffs the year before? It felt like that at halftime. It felt like the Rams were just better. They were quicker. They were faster. They were basically 1 step ahead of you all day long. Or it felt like Philadelphia held them off. They were forcing field goals, and that the Rams couldn't capitalize on the field goal on those possessions, and they kept kicking field goals. That if the Eagles could get their act together in the second half, they could get back into the game. The latter happened, the Eagles won, and even with the latter happening and the Eagles won, it took 2 blocked field goals. 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Hit me up on the text board. Do you leave that game feeling that the Eagles just find ways to win no matter what the situation and that they are the best team? Or do you leave questioning this team and wondering how long they could sustain playing in this fashion?
To me, it should be a wake-up call to everyone on that offense, everyone in those meeting rooms, that this is what this offense is capable of. Now, if you the first half, 33 yards total for Jalen Hurts in that first half. I believe that was the lowest total of a team this year in the first half. That was your Eagles yesterday in the first half. Even after they started off with the Zach Bond interception, you didn't even mention that. The Zach Bond pick, the tush-push touchdown, the Mike Pereira going on his vendetta against the tush push now. He's on my list. It's Blandino and Pereira now with the tush push. But all that aside, it was a tale of two halves.
Yeah, well, listen, the Bond interception, you're right. It was a huge play early in the game because he was a story. He was all over the place. Bond, 53, was just everywhere. I kept saying, man, Bond is all over the place. Bond is just having an unbelievable day, and it got overshadowed by everything. But he gets that interception early. You get the touchdown early in the game.
You're up
7-0, and you're feeling like, man, this is going to be a big day for the offense and the defense. And, I thought the defense, for the most part, you give up 26 points, and you're saying, hey, the defense didn't play all that well. I thought they were put in some tough spots throughout the course of the day.
The rush defense was pretty bad. In the first half, the rush defense was just not
But they
there.
kept bending, not breaking.
Right.
They kept holding it and holding it and holding it and holding it, and then they figured out in the second half they took some things away. I thought, obviously Devontae Adams hit the touchdown on Blankenship. He ran right past him there.
Nakua was killing you.
Nakua was absolutely killing you. He killed you all day long, Nakua. They just really had troubles. And they always seem to have troubles with those guys who kind of catch things. He had 11 catches for 112 yards. Adams had 3 for 56. Kyron Williams, 20 carries for 94 yards. I thought Blake Corum was another one. He was just a pain in the butt. And Joe Davis is like, oh, this is my favorite player in the league yesterday. I really love this kid. He had 8 carries for 53 yards. That's 6.5 yards a carry. So, yeah, they ran the ball. Ultimately, though, when you look back at that game, do you worry and say, man, that Rams team, they are right there. They are right there, and they might even be better than you are?
I don't think so, because they wilted in the second half. The Eagles kept coming for them.
Can you depend on that formula, though,
No.
to beat them in a January game, to say, hey, they wilted in the second half, or is this more circumstantial of just, man, everything just kind of went your way for the last quarter? It
does tell
fourth
you,
quarter,
though, how mental tough the Rams are not and how mental tough the Eagles are.
like they were waiting for the way. Listen, to get 2 field goal blocks, that's a way to lose.
Awful.
Text board 609-403-0973. Busy show today. Grayson's grades at 3 o'clock. John McMullen tonight at 5. Mike McGarry. By the way, what a Phillies weekend, because really the story was Friday night in the Phillies. Nick Castellanos just going on a 5-minute diatribe of epic proportions in which I need to react to. We'll do that coming up a little bit later as well.
His wife had to go on social media and Twitter and, defend him. And then Topper, him and Topper had a little meeting, I guess, on Saturday.
I guess.
They smoothed things over.
Maybe
apparently.
they did. Yeah.
I don't know. But then the Bats just went to sleep.
Yeah, the results
Sunday.
of the game were secondary to everything. They're not catching the Brewers. The Dodgers shouldn't be able to catch them. They just need to play out this last week and just not completely, you just play these games. You just play them and don't really worry about the results. You got to try to win. How many games are they above the Dodgers right now? That's basically it. You can't fall behind the Dodgers.
Magic number's 2.
The standings right now for the Phillies are 4 up on the Dodgers. 4 up with what, 6 to play?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you should be the 2 seed here.
And the Brewers, I think, just for reference, I think their magic number is like 4.
The Brewers are 3 up on the Phillies, so I'm not even looking at the number 1 seed anymore. So the results of the games right now, you just need to win 2 games. That's all you need to do. You got to win 2 games this week.
It was funny watching that Jordan Davis play. Then I immediately turn on the Phillies game, and it's just a 2-2 count. Real Muto's up. What a come down that was.
All right, Josh, what do we got on the text board?
You got a lot on the text board at 609-403-0973. Let's start with Paul in Millville. It says, oh, man, Mike. All caps, by the way. He says, I think a cool debate today would be what is the greatest Eagles comeback ever, because this has got to rank very high on the list. I thought when the score was 26-7, the Eagles were getting boat raced out of town, but that top 5, not top 5 quarterback, Jalen Hurts, and our top 5 offense showed up. That's from Paul in Millville.
Well, Paul, I think it was Paul. I could be wrong. It was somebody in Millville, I thought, who said they thought the game was going to be like the Niner game from last year. Like, that's what they were thinking of entering this game. And it looked like it was going down that road where the Rams were coming in here and saying, look, we thought we should have won that game last year, and we're going to show you that we should have won that game last year by beating you this year. The big thing is, Paul, that your quarterback showed, again, that if needed and if necessary, not only can he do it, but he said after the game, And so did A.J. Brown. We were way too conservative. We got to knock this off. Like, I liked hearing that from Jalen Hurts. You know, it was the first time he kind of gave you a little crack into, hey, this is what Jalen Hurts said after the game. It was the first time you heard a little crack of Hurts saying, what we are doing, it's not working. Take a listen.
It's always good to get a win. It's always good to get a win. And if that doesn't show you what type of team we are, I don't know what does. Now, we completely did that to ourselves in the first half. Completely. I mean, absolutely completely did that to ourselves. And that's something we gotta fix. It's as simple as that. It's unacceptable.
Unacceptable. And there was a moment where you saw Hurts on the sideline. Essentially, it looked like he was kind of letting Kevin Batula and the running back coach, Jameel Singleton, know, listen, we are too conservative. We need to start opening up. Let me start doing some stuff here.
Well, are we to assume then that Patullo, his play calling in the first half, it's all Patullo's fault, and then in the second half, they open things up, and that's Jalen's credit? Is that how we
whatever
operate?
happened, like you could almost say.
I don't want to fall into that trap, the Brian Johnson trap.
Well, yeah, right. You could almost say that did somebody else call the plays in the second half?
Exactly. Yeah, that's what
the
I'm
way
getting
that the
at.
game looked.
Right.
I mean, it looked like a tale of two different coordinators.
So why is that?
Well, I would say part of the problem that goes back to last year. Remember, after 4 weeks, what happened? The offensive lineman went to Nick Sirianni and Kellen Moore's offense, right?
I do think, by the way, you just brought something up. When Fred Johnson got inserted in the game, when Lane Johnson left,
right,
and Matt Pryor was in the game, they had all sorts of problems.
And as soon as Fred Johnson came in, it stabilized everything.
It stabilized everything because when Matt Pryor was out there, Hurts got boat raced. I mean, he got flipped upside down. He got hit so hard.
Matt Pryor looked like he didn't belong anywhere near the NFL.
Yeah, Pryor was terrible. You could see the frustration in Hurts. I mean, he got absolutely smoked on one of those plays. And at that point, I think they said, all right, we got to do something. They put Fred Johnson in. From what Jeff Kerr tweeted out, our buddy Jeff Kerr, who will be on tomorrow's show, he tweeted out that Fred Johnson had not played right tackle, like, at all. All week, he had not practiced at right tackle. He had not done nothing at right tackle.
Fred Johnson's role, according to all the reports, that he's supposed to be the backup left tackle.
The swing tackle.
No,
not the swing tackle. He's the left tackle. That's why Pryor played.
So
the swing tackle means
Pryor
you're the guy who plays
way.
left or right.
Right.
He is not the backup right tackle. He is the backup left tackle. Now, Jeff Kerr tweeted out, Fred Johnson didn't play a snap at right tackle all week in practice. He's the swing tackle, but on the left side, for whatever that means.
Yeah, what is that?
The swing tackle generally means you play both sides.
That's what I thought.
Correct.
He tweeted out the last time Fred Johnson had played. That was a big moment in the game, though. Like, that gets lost in the sauce, right? Fred Johnson getting a buddy of mine texted me. He said, Fred Johnson gets the game ball.
I don't want to go overboard with that, but okay.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know if I would go that far, but I would say Fred Johnson coming in saved potentially this offense.
It definitely stabilized the offense and allowed them to get into a rhythm that they did not have in the first half. No question about it.
But back to what I was saying with the O-line really quick. Like, remember last year, my point was that the O-line went into Sirianni and Moore's and said, look, we got to run the ball more. So I ask you guys, maybe it wasn't that Kevin Batula wasn't calling the plays, but maybe the players went to Batula and Sirianni said enough is enough.
It could be that they said, hey, listen, open it up a little bit.
Or they were just forced to do that because they were down 3 scores.
By the way, the Eagles' offense without Lane Johnson, the first 2 possessions with Matt Pryor, 6 plays, negative 13 yards.
Sounds about right.
Big play in the game. A big moment in the game. Since Lane Johnson had been out, they have run 9 plays for negative 9 yards, and they were 0 for 5 on 3rd down without Lane Johnson out there.
Couple more texts we want to squeeze in on the text
By the
board.
way,
yes.
I will continue because Jeff Kerr has it kind of all mapped out here. Since Lane Johnson went out, 12 plays, minus 3 yards. They're averaging 0.4 yards per play. So you could see that was all with Matt Pryor. The Eagles ran 14 plays with Lane Johnson out. They have negative 3 yards on those plays. Punt, turnover.
When did Johnson come in? Do we know that?
It was like midway through the 3rd quarter, I believe.
Oh, so Pryor was on the field when Hurts fumbled.
Yes.
Okay, then that's when they made the switch.
No, because, when he fumbled, he got rocked.
Yeah, he got blasted.
That's when I thought the game was
I mean,
over.
Matt Pryor,
And then they
he's
scored.
an idiot.
Rams scored to go up 26-7.
Yeah, the Rams scored
yeah.
right there. I mean,
Yep.
they gave him the ball. It was like, hey, why don't you score right here?
Well,
Here you
remember,
go.
Pryor's standing there looking for someone to block, and there's no one around, and Hurts gets blasted for the
Yeah,
fumble.
He had a rough day at the office, and guess what? That might be his last day at the office.
Exactly.
You believe he got his pink slip
Well, I
yesterday.
mean, now, Lane Johnson says he thinks he's going to play this week. He had like
Correct.
a stinger.
Stinger, right.
I would imagine now Fred Johnson becomes the true swing tackle, that
Correct.
he's going to be playing right or left, and then that means, that you probably don't need Matt Pryor unless you have him penciled in as the backup right guard.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I
What
want
else we got?
to squeeze at least one more text, Mike, because we got tons of texts on the text board. But Geoff Mosher brings up a good point. He says, we are very fortunate the ref caught that hold to take a touchdown away from the Rams, which
He
turned
caught
into
the
a
hold. He
field goal.
sumo wrestled the guy.
Well, to Jeff's point there, he said that we're fortunate that the flag was thrown.
Okay.
4 points saved by the flag.
You're right. But I'm saying it was pretty obvious. He tackled him. He grabbed him by the back of the kneecap
Yeah.
and pulled him down.
That was a big moment because they would have scored there. Can you
100%,
imagine?
100%.
And the refs did. I mean, I don't know why they didn't call the PI on Adams or the PI on, I guess, A.J. Brown, right in the end
Both
zone.
of them were ticky-tack.
That
I'm
was
glad they didn't
ticky-tack,
call
yeah.
either one.
Bennett had the jersey on that
Bennett's
one.
was definitely, he grabbed him.
So then they missed the tush-push false starts. So
Wild thing. Keep the text coming. 609-403-0973. When we come back, Nick Castellanos says, over the years, communication has been a problem. We'll discuss with Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. Plus, we'll get back into your text messages. There's Grayson's grades. All that and more. And by the way, we are live at the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. By the way, did you go down the Sebastian Maniscalco thing down there?
I never made it.
No. Did you see the hallway? The whole
No.
place is Sebastian Maniscalco'd up.
Really?
Well, he's doing like a
He's doing like a residency.
yeah.
or something
He'll be here
yeah.
for a while, but you got to go walk down there. The whole area, like every store, is Maniscalco's. More Sports Bash on the way. Stick around. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com joins me next.
Do you understand why you haven't been playing as much as you normally do?
I don't really talk to Rob all that often, so that's just, I play whenever he tells me to play, and I sit whenever he tells me to sit.
So, the coaches or Rob don't sit down and explain to you what they want you to do and whatever role they want you to have?
Communication over the years has been questionable, at least in my experience. But also, I grew up communicating with somebody like my father, which is very blunt, direct, and consistent.
That was Nick Castellanos with reporters on Friday night. Communication has been questionable, at least in my experience, is what he said. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, is brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, serving South Jersey since 1911, keeping your home comfort game day ready this season. Well, that was really the story of the Phillies weekend because they lost 2 out of 3 in Arizona, but that was Friday night. Nick Castellanos, do you understand why you're not playing? He says, I play when he tells me to play. I sit when he tells me to sit. And the question was asked, so wait, you really haven't had any conversations? He says, communication has been questionable over the years. Mike McGarry, how is this all going to end up?
Who knows? Not well, probably with Nick Castellanos playing for another team next season, basically. But first of all, let me just say something, Mike. There was a big debate about the line of questioning there and should the reporters have even been asking Nick Castellanos those questions. A lot of fans debating it on social media. The reporters that were there, I think, did an outstanding job with the questioning. The questionings were asked respectfully and stuff like that. It's a legitimate questioning. Here's a guy who Friday night came into the game in the 5th inning and had a great game. He's had a big change. He used to play every day. Now he doesn't. What is he doing to stay ready? How does he prepare to come in a game in the 5th inning and impact the game? What's his take on it? All those things are legitimate questions. And the fans crack me up, the fans that are saying, don't ask Nick Castellanos those questions because you might upset him. And if you upset him, we might not win a World Series. Well, if he strikes out in his first 3 at-bats in the playoffs, 40,000 people at Citizens Bank Park are going to boo the hell out of him. Many of them are probably ones complaining on social media about the reporter's question.
Well, listen, you look at the whole situation, and he obviously has not been playing, and is he getting used to it? Some of his answers I thought were just Looney Tunes. I mean, you don't take batting practice every day. Like, if you're not in the lineup, would you just sit and do nothing? Like, so the answers he gave didn't help his cause either. It was like, hey, well, I took batting practice today. Maybe I'll try that again. I mean, he seemed just so out of touch and obtuse.
Yeah, I mean, the answers that he gave led to more questions, right? I mean, when he says that he does not communicate with the manager, a manager who everyone kind of agrees best quality is his ability to communicate with players. And in today's modern baseball world, the manager's most important job is not deciding when to hit and run or bunt. It's almost managing the 26 personalities in the clubhouse. So when he says that's not being done to, his satisfaction, or he says communication is lacking, of course that leads to more questions. And apparently it led the next day to a conversation between Rob Thompson and Castellanos that went well. So maybe this situation will be better going forward. I kind of agree with you, Mike. The week during the Mets series, Max Kepler had a big game. He was kind of asked the same exact questions. Hey, what's making this, 4 outfield rotation work so well? What, how hard was it for you to adjust? Have you found, a routine that works for you? He was asked those same questions, and nobody blinked an eye at the interview. The same interview with a different guy 5 days later, becomes a big weekend topic of conversation.
Well, you're right. And Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City is with us. Yeah, I mean, he gets asked the question, Bob Cooney starts it off, hey, you look like you had a good batting practice today. And he kind of was almost like, yeah, well, so what? I'm in the lineup today, so I took batting practice, or I wasn't in the lineup today, so I took batting practice. Maybe I'll try that again. I mean, it really didn't sound as much as like, hey, I'm trying to adjust to this new role. It felt more like I'm getting paid, and I'm going to play when they tell me, and when I don't get play in the lineup, then I'll figure out what I have to do those days. I mean, there was no warming up, but the point that he makes it, he doesn't communicate, and the communication is questionable. You said it. But he was told that others said, well, hey, one of the qualities of Rob Thompson is that he's a good, and he said, well, who said that? As if he thinks that this is like news.
Yeah, it was a bizarre interview, and his answers led to some further questions. If he just comes out there and says, hey, it's a tough situation. It's a new situation for me. But all I want to do is win the World Series, and I'll do whatever it takes. This interview probably flows under the radar. And at the end of the day, if you listen to the whole interview and watch the video of the whole interview, he eventually gets to that point. He eventually says, hey, John Middleton is paying me to help us win a World Series. That's all I'm concerned about now. I'm not worried about my future with the team next year. I'm not worried about this or that. All I'm worried about is trying to help us win the World Series. He eventually gets there. The route he took to get to that answer was a bit peculiar. And when he mentions that the manager is not communicating, and the past history between the two, Thompson pulls him for defensive purposes in Miami. Nick doesn't like it. Nick gets suspended the next day. I mean, that is something that any reporter, worth his salt is going to go in and pursue that sort of angle.
I would ask this, Mike. I would ask this. The guy started and played every single day. For some kookamania reason, he played in 162 last year. Like, there was no reason to play him in 162 games last year. For whatever reason, he thought that people cared that he was in the lineup every single day and he wanted to play. So what kind of communication breakdown would there have been when you were in the lineup every single day since you've been here?
Yeah, well, that's the factor, right? I mean, the Phillies have done right by Nick Castellanos. I mean, they signed him to a 5-year, $100 million contract. And, they played him every day for 3.5 years. Now, he's not playing every day right now. And, the reason is obvious. All you have to do is look at Baseball Reference and look at his numbers in July and August, and you kind of see why he's not out there every day. And, oh, by the way, you look at the numbers of the 4 outfielders since they went to this rotation, and every one of them is playing better. Nick Castellanos is probably having his best at-bats or his biggest contribution in a couple of months since this situation has, sort of arisen here. And I understand from Castellanos' perspective, hey, the guy loves to play baseball. He was used to playing every day. I mean, just think about your own job, your own routine, what you go through. You're used to doing something every day, and then all of a sudden, you're not doing it every day. Maybe instead of doing a show 5 days a week, you're doing a show 1 day a week. That's a big change for anybody. We can sort of understand, his frustration and how tough it is to adjust to a different role. Also, he just didn't help himself with those answers.
No, and listen, he had Friday night. He hits the home run, and I guess he's saying, look, I hit my 250th home run, and here I am having to answer questions about my playing time when maybe you should have asked me about this accomplishment. I mean, does he have a point there?
Yeah, I mean, to a degree. I mean, look, part of the problem, Mike, I think is, in today's world, you see everything is videoed, right? Every interview is videoed. So the fans are kind of seeing how the sausage is made, basically. You're seeing the questions, the back and forth, where, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, all you did was pick up the paper and you got the quotes. I mean, the Bob Cooney's first question is just kind of an icebreaker question. Hey, you look like you had a good batting practice today. Did that translate over to the game? And then the interview kind of went a little sideways from there. So, I mean, I can see, maybe the first question should have been, what's 250 mean to you? But that was asked. And the first question was just kind of, hey, you look good in batting practice today, and it translated to the game. Is that, you're just looking to ask a question to sort of get a conversation going.
I will say this, too. I mean, I don't know how many people saw that he was on the post game with Fransky and Amaro, and they brought it up to him. I mean, these are guys who work for the team, and they asked him, how hard of an adjustment has this been? And he gave these awkward, uncomfortable answers.
Yeah, I mean, And think about the situation of why you're asking that question, right? It's because, he entered that game in the 5th inning and had a huge impact in that game. 3-run home run, ended up putting the game away, being the star of the game. So that's the angle. How did you sit on the bench for the first 4 innings and then come in the game and make this big impact? And why you're sitting on the bench is because you've gone to this routine and how difficult it is to adjust. I mean, I just come back to the same questions were asked of Max Kepler during the Mets series, and nobody batted an eye at the answers or argued that the questions were inappropriate and stuff like that. It's a compelling story. You have a guy who used to play every day. Now he's coming off the bench, and he had a great game off the bench. So how does that happen? I think that's what the reporters were trying to get at, and the interview just kind of went sideways because of his answer.
Right. The point is making it, hey, you had a big impact in this game. Are you getting used to it now? Are you finding a better routine? And he was almost like insulted that this was the line that they went to. It was more like, hey, you had an impact in this game. Is there something different that you are doing as you're adjusting to this new role?
Exactly. That's the question. That's the questions that were asked of Max Kepler when he was, again, I come back to the interview, because I was at that scrum, even asked a few of those questions. So, I think it's, a little bit blown out of proportion, but the questions by the reporters were completely legitimate. And I think at the end of the day, Nick Castellanos got around to saying what he should be saying, which is John Middleton is paying me. I'm not worried about the future. I love the guys in this clubhouse. I want to help them win. And that's all I'm concerned about now going forward. So he said the right thing. Again, the route he got there, kind of instead of going in a straight line, he's kind of, swerving all over the road a little bit.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. It's the final week of the season for the Phillies. What are we looking for here? I mean, is this just playing out the string? How would you like to see this last week kind of handled by the Phillies?
Well, I think first of all, you got to look at them. You want to see them play crisp baseball. You don't want to see them. You want to see them try to maintain their edge a little bit. To me, the biggest story, and there's only one story that I'm looking forward to following this week, is Trey Turner. When is he coming back? And when he does come back, what does he look like out there? Is he able to go full speed, or is it going to be like when he came back from the much severer hamstring pull of last year, where he seemed to be having a little trouble getting back up to 100% once he returned? So to me, the number one story, the most important story for the Philadelphia Phillies this week is when is Trey Turner coming back? And when he does come back, what does he look like when he's out there?
All right, Mike, obviously we'll see what the playoff matchups look like, but they might not include your Mets.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. The only thing, the only collapse worse than the Nets might be the collapse of the Detroit Tigers. That collapse is almost truly historic. But it seems like the Mets can't get a break. I mean, the center fielder for Washington makes 2 unbelievable catches yesterday. One a circus act in the middle innings and one in the 9th, robbing Alvarez of a home run that would have tied the game. It certainly seems like fates and fortunes are against the New York Mets right now. And the Reds, actually, even though they're tied, the Reds took the season series, so the Reds control their own destiny. And, hey, if I'm a Phillies fan, I root for the Reds 110%. I don't want to have any part of the Mets in the postseason. So, Phillies fans, put on your Reds hats and root for Cincinnati this week.
Well, the Reds are now in the playoffs. The Mets would be out if the playoffs started today. Of course, the Phillies are the 2 seed currently. They would play the wild card winner between the Dodgers and whoever they play as it sits right now. We'll keep an eye on that all week long here on the Sports Bash. Mike's back on Wednesday, and we'll talk to you on that show. All right, Mike, thanks.
All right, Mike, we'll see you down the road. Thank you.
And his appearance is brought to you by Broadleys Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, serving South Jersey since 1911, keeping your home comfort game day ready this season. All right, when we come back, reaction, we will react to your text messages brought to you by First Bank of Sea Isle City. This season, score big with First Bank of Sea Isle City. From savings to mortgages, we're on your team, helping you reach the end zone. First Bank of Sea Isle City, your hometown bank, your winning play. Got an Eagles thought? Get it in right now, 609-403-0973, or Got a thought on Nick Castellanos? We'll react to that too. What a bizarre Friday night that was. Phil's off tonight. We'll have more on the Phils later on in the show. Plus, your reactions to the Eagles win. We're reading and reacting to your text messages next on the Sports Bash. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. It's been the story of the day. The Eagles' wild win over the Rams. I'm Mike Gill. Our Eagles' first reaction is brought to you by First Bank of Sea Isle City. This season, score big with First Bank of Sea Isle. From savings to mortgages, we're on your team helping you reach the end zone. First Bank of Sea Isle City, your hometown bank, your winning play. All right, let's see some of the reactions on the text board, 609-403-0973. What kind of reactions do we have to this Eagle win?
Well, I'm sure you can imagine, Mike, they're all over the place. But we will start with Evan from Little Lake Harbor at 609-403-0973. Evan chimes in and says, the Eagles are this year's 2024 Chiefs. They just scrape by and find a way to win, even though they were outmatched on the field in the first half and on paper. Evan says, I've said it earlier this year, I'll say it again. Jalen Hurts is a ball hog, and the Eagles are on their way out.
Interesting take, Evan. We'll see. I mean, they're scraping by against I would ask this question. Is Evan wrong? The first night, they could barely score against a Cowboys team that stinks. They couldn't do much against a Chiefs team. Now, the Chiefs have a decent defense.
Chiefs have a good defense.
Yes, the Chiefs do have a good defense. But they scraped by against the Chiefs, and they, had a basically a miracle ending to yesterday's game. Now, mind you, Evan, the Chiefs ended up in the Super Bowl. Now, I know they got blasted, but I don't think the Eagles' defense would allow them to get lopsidedly blasted in a game like that. So if they just kind of putt it their way all the way back to the Super Bowl, I think many people would be okay with that.
And you know what? Not many teams would come back from 26-7 in the second half. If you look around the league and these offenses and these quarterbacks and these coaches, not many teams would come back down 26-7.
Well, half these teams showed this weekend that their coaches stink, honestly.
Well, listen, there's a lot of disparity right now, but Green Bay lost to Cleveland, right? And Matt LaFleur is a guy that many people think is a good coach, and they lost to Cleveland
and they looked poor
in the game. And they couldn't score. Now, Cleveland does have a decent defense.
Well, put it this way. Does L.A. come back from 26-7 against Philadelphia yesterday? Probably not.
Maybe. We don't know. We've never seen them in that situation.
That's a tough question. I mean, who has the character to say on the road, we're going to keep fighting, we're going to keep coming back? I mean, the Eagles obviously – look, they had, as much as the Eagles fought and clawed and they didn't quit, they had to have a lot of things go their way.
That's true.
A lot of things. If they make the first field goal, if that doesn't get blocked,
right,
what happens?
The game's completely different. Shader in the HT chimes in, Mike. He says, did Hurts finally show humanity and honesty in the post-game interview? Basically, he felt like he was throwing Patullo and Sirianni under the bus, says Shader in the HT.
I said that before. You get the first crack of Hurts finally saying, like, hey, what we're doing is not right. We got to be different. This isn't working. We got to do something. I definitely think it was the first. But I don't have a problem with the way he handled it. Because as Shaner's asking, did we see the first? It wasn't even apparent that he took maybe – and I don't think he took a shot. I think he was on the sideline. You saw him talking to Kevin Patullo. It's okay if you're having a conversation with your coach saying, hey, coach, you know what? I think we should open it up a little bit. I think it's okay if we open it up a little bit. Trust me, help you.
And as far as A.J. Brown's concerned, with his comments, we all know the passing game starts and ends with A.J. Brown.
And
if he goes over 100 yards, they're going to win the game.
Well, and Sirianni brought it up after the game. He's like, A.J. answered all your questions this week, and he answered them, yes, he wants the ball. And we're going to hear from Nick Sirianni coming up today at around 3:30. He's going to meet the media. We're going to see how different these questions are and how everything feels a lot differently the day after once the dust settles. But he did talk about A.J. Brown and how A.J. Brown has handled a lot of the stuff that has happened by not getting the ball. I would be shocked if A.J. Brown is not a bigger part of the offense moving forward here. And the fact that I think they just said, look, and we talked about it last week, they are being so ultra-conservative because they feel like they don't want to turn the ball over or they don't want to, give the other team any chances that they don't need to have by a fumble or an interception or anything like that. So they played so ultra-safe. But yesterday they got down and they got a chance to see that they, yes, in fact, can open it up a little bit more.
They shouldn't have to be so conservative.
We'll get Grayson's grades on the game. I mean, if you're grading that paper, you're reading this thing and saying, man, this guy, did he get someone to ghostwrite the back end of this paper?
Jordan Davis, A+.
Find out the grades next. Scott Grayson from Fox 29 joins us.
Hurts in the gun. Hang on. Deep breath. Hurts back. Hurts looks. Hurts fires. Complete. Touchdown! They take the lead. Smith.
Smitty.
It's Smith. Devontae Smith into the end zone. They take the lead.
Jalen Hurts, when he is given the proper amount of time, can be as surgical with his accuracy, with his ball placement, as any quarterback in the National Football League in the drop-back passing game. And then, oh, by the way, if he's got to take off and run it on a design quarterback run, he can do that too. He is top 5 and not 5. A quarterback that can have the kind of restraint that he has on a game-to-game basis, that takes on all of the slings and the arrows because stylistically he doesn't play like other elite quarterbacks, but yet just stacks up wins, and then can pull this out of the hat in that fashion against that team, that tells you everything you need to know about the sports character of Jalen Hurts.
Chris Canty on Jalen Hurts' wild comeback in the role that he played in the game yesterday. He was asked to deliver, and he made every play. That gets lost in the sauce sometimes, too, because of all the other things that happened. But there were some third down throws. There was a fourth down play. This game had it all, really, in the second half of that game. You had it from all different angles. Scott Grayson graded the game over at 97.3 ESPN.com. His Eagles-Rams grades are up right now. After every Eagles game, get Grayson's grades, brought to you by the Bridgeton Auto Mall. Are you ready to score your next big drive? Head straight to the end zone at Bridgeton Auto Mall. Scott Grayson from Fox 29 and 97.3 ESPN.com's Grayson's grades. Well, Scott, we've been doing this for a while. I don't know that we've ever seen an ending or a game quite like the one we got yesterday. You had a D- in the first half and probably an A+ for the second half.
Yeah, it was one of those games where I started writing grades out at halftime, and there were a lot of bad ones, obviously, particularly on offense. And then by the end of the game, it was like, well, I got to come back. I was there and was going into the locker room afterwards to do interviews with guys, and it was like, yeah, I got to circle back to this. And totally, this is a different, grading the whole game came out a lot differently than just one half. Each half in and of itself was totally separate. So it was just a crazy, one of the wildest games I've ever seen.
Let's start with, that first half of the game. You know, they couldn't get anything going offensively, and you have Kevin Patullo on your list. You gave him a D in the game, so whatever he did in the second half didn't help overcome what he did wrong in the first half. But give us a grade on Kevin Patullo and some of the things that you're seeing about him through these first three games.
Well, this one comment he made, I kind of filed it away, and lately now it's been bothering me more and more. He almost downplayed the idea of having a script, whatever number you want to call it. He wouldn't put a number on it, but of not really having a 15-play script, if you will, to open a game. And I just don't understand that concept, because I think when you draw up 15 plays, each play is trying to show you something and give you a picture of what your opponent is trying to do to stop you. So then you can go off those 15 plays and say, I got this bit of information, that bit of information. Here's what they're going to do in that formation. Here's what they're going to try to do when we try to run that way. And I just think it almost feels like you're cutting your team short by not trying to get that information. Now, maybe he just tried to tell us something that he isn't doing. Maybe he actually is scripting plays. But, how do you have an opening drive like you did, and then go and have 12 plays, your next 12 plays, 4 3-and-outs, that go for a total of -9 yards? And that's your entire first half of possessions. They couldn't get past the 20. They're on 20, which means you're constantly giving the Rams short fields. Your defense bailed you out by trying to keep them out of the end zone a whole lot. And I just Kevin Patullo, to me, there was another time I remember seeing, and this was in the first half, but there were, I believe it was the first half, there were two receivers within less than 5 yards of each other running up, almost looked like the exact same route. Where's spacing? Where is trying to find the weakness in a defense? You're making their job so much easier when you send multiple receivers out into the same area. It's obvious now, 3 games in, every team is going to say, we're not going to let Saquon Barkley beat us. You're going to have to beat us through the air. They did that in the second half. But Kevin Patullo's got to come out, and I don't understand. Just assume they're going to try to stop Saquon, so they're going to have 8 guys in the box. Well, if that's the case, then start the game by throwing the ball around a little bit, loosen them up, then let Saquon go to work.
Yeah, you wondering, Scott, if, the whole Barkley thing, 2,000 yards last year and how big of a part of the offense was. It's like they don't want to, get away from that as something that's in their arsenal, and they're almost trying to kind of force feed that identity back in these early stages here.
Yeah, and I guess one caveat to everything I said about Petullo. Landon Dickerson, I think, is still not quite 100%. I don't think Cam Jurgens is having as good of a season so far as he had last year. And then you had Lane Johnson go out pretty early in the game, right? So Pryor, who got an F, he didn't do his job coming in relief, which I think affected the entire offense. Jalen couldn't throw. He was getting blown up or sacked or rushed out of the pocket or what have you. I mean, that certainly affects things. And that isn't Petullo's fault, largely. Those guys have to do their jobs. But I did see a lot of attempts to run the ball between the tackles. The Rams were taking that away. So you can run Saquon, but try getting him off tackle. Try running him outside. They did try giving him a few passes out in space. But get creative. Like, you got to find ways to get a little more creative here and get some guys the ball early in games and not wait till the end to let A.J. Brown start doing his thing.
Scott Grayson's grades are up at 97.3 ESPN.com. You mentioned Matt Pryor, and he got an F. And Fred Johnson went in the game, and it seemed like that move, a simple move, stabilized the offense there, because we know how poor this team has been with Lane Johnson out. They went to Matt Pryor first and then Fred Johnson, and that changed a lot for this team.
Yeah, number one, I give whoever's decision it was, and it didn't happen until halftime, that they said, okay, listen, Pryor's killing us. We got to get him out. Now, maybe Pryor with a full week of reps as a one would be better prepared. He obviously didn't do a good job coming in relief. Fred Johnson did. To me, Fred Johnson should earn that opportunity. That being said, it sounds like it was just a stinger for Lane Johnson, and he should be good to go against Tampa this week. But, yeah, they made that change, and it really stabilized everything on that offensive line. And, Jordan Mailata went out of his way talking to us after the game, just saying, like, that's my guy. Like, I've been really proud of him since, remember, he was a late addition. They traded for him to get him back here. So he's, he knows the offense. That helps. But, he had to earn his way back into that mix, and I think he did. I think, he did a really good job stabilizing that right side, which allowed Jalen to have the time to be able to make some of those big throws that he had to execute in the second half.
That change on the offensive line kind of jump-started things, but so did the play calling. You mentioned Kevin Petullo getting a D in the grades there. But ultimately, there was a lot of players on that offense that did step it up, and those guys were A.J. Brown. I guess you could throw Devontae Smith in the mix, and, of course, Jalen Hurts, who Hurts you gave a B. And the rest of those guys, Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, they all got A's for the offense. But when they shifted the focus from Saquon Barkley to Brown and Smith, that's when this game really changed.
Yeah, and, they, to their credit, they didn't entirely go away from the run. Even on some of those drives as they were going, they did give Saquon some carries, and he was getting a good 6, 7, 8, 9 yards on a couple of those because they had loosened up that run. And it was obvious that as far behind as Eagles were, they really had no choice. And the Rams knew that, so they were starting to try to guard against the pass, which gave Saquon some opportunities. But, when you start a game next week, I mean, and you're going to talk about this as it gets later in the week, of course. They've been just hexed by playing in Tampa. They just have not had success there. You cannot afford to do this again. You can't go to that well of falling behind and playing that poorly offensively in the first half. So, yeah, they were able to get things going. The no huddle to me, right? To me, that was something that I think they should try to employ and stick to a little bit. Not do it all the time, but when you get a chance, mix it in. It looked like it certainly helps keep defenses off balance. It lets you get, set up and without giving them the chance to audible to whatever you're doing, or maybe even not substitute. I would like to see them continue a little bit more of that. And I think everybody could have a little more success with that.
Well, yeah, and I mean, what did you make of, and you were in the locker room yesterday and had a lot of stuff on Fox 29. Scott Grayson's with us for Grayson's Grades. Jalen, AJ, I mean, they were pretty vocal about that. What we were doing, we were too conservative, and that needs to change.
Yeah, and You know, and I wrote about this a little bit too. If you look at where we are, take it back a year, right? The Eagles coming out of week 3, they had one more game and then that ever important bye, right? What happened? Well, they make a big point of on the bye week doing some self-scouting and realizing areas where maybe they could do things a little better. That bye isn't going to happen this year until week 9. And so, you're not going to have that extra time to sit and look at yourself and go, okay, we can do this, we can try that, we can employ this, let's get creative here and try to do that. They've got to try to do that, in my opinion, like this week. I mean, like, you got to look at this, and I think it's very important. I think they do have this relationship where some of those key players, like a Jalen Hurts, like an AJ Brown, like a Saquon Barkley, can get some of those conversations going to say, but this worked. Let's do more of that. Let's try more of this. Interesting to see how the game plan looks this Sunday as to what they liked and saw that they try to employ again this week out of what was working so well in that second half. I think I automatically every week would be trying to script again, a touch for A.J. Brown, a touch for Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert. I'm getting those guys something early, right?
Yeah.
And
they got Goddard early. They did get Goddard early.
He had one catch. Yeah, that was it, the touchdown.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
33-yard touchdown for Goddard early in that game, but they never went back to him the rest of the game there. A lot of the stuff we're talking about is on the offensive side of the ball because it took the offense to really change course, to change some things. But the defense kept them in it. They kept giving up field goals in the first half. 3 field goals they held them to, so they weren't getting completely pushed, into the back, out of the game. They kept themselves within striking distance because they were bending, not breaking. But I thought Jordan Davis, you gave him an A, and that's obvious because of the 2 blocked field goals. But that third down play where he runs down Stafford, that's a huge play. He had a couple other plays in the game. Zach Bond with an interception. I mean, the defense as a whole, but Jordan Davis really maybe had his coming out party yesterday.
I don't think it's a stretch to say that he has been among, if not the best defensive player so far this season for the Eagles. The lost weight, everybody talked about it in training camp. You're seeing the effects. He's staying on the field. He doesn't track down Matthew Stafford if he didn't lose that weight. He doesn't probably scoop up and get to the end zone with the blocked field goal. He might not even be able to get off the ground quite as high to be able to block that kick without the lost weight. This guy came in motivated. He's been working hard. He's got such an infectious personality. He's such a happy guy usually. He's very, you saw it yesterday when he went to the podium. The smiles and all that stuff, that's the way he is usually. And you couldn't help but be happy for him. And I think that the better he gets, the more teams are going to have to pay attention to him. Obviously, the bigger effect that Jalen Carter will continue to have, and it just trickles down the line. So, yeah, I look at Jordan Davis, and I just see a guy who is showing you what he's going to be this year. I think it's fair to expect him to be an impact player now every game for this team. He's certainly somebody that the other team's going to have to start paying attention to. And, that makes Zach Bond and Jahad Campbell's job easier behind him, right? And then it makes Jalix Hunt got to the quarterback a couple times yesterday. Maybe not for sacks, but he got some hurries in there. It helps Nolan Smith, all that. And I just think Jordan Davis deserves a ton of credit. Obviously, it's easy to do after a game he had like yesterday, but he was already doing this. I mean, Jalen Carter gets ejected in that first game. Jordan Davis is on the field for over 50 to close to 60 snaps, in that week 1 game against the Cowboys. This is a guy who is obviously finally taking it upon himself to just see how important it is for him to be physically prepared as well as mentally prepared to go out there and make the plays.
Yeah, check out the full list of the grades over at 973ESPN.com. A wild game. What was it like in the locker room after the game? Were people more like, oh my God, stunned, being a part of something like that? You were kind of wandering around in there. What was it like inside the locker room after the game?
It was obviously a ton of smiles, everybody happy. They realized that they can't continue to play that way. And I think, Mike, in some ways it felt a little bit like, I'm drawing comparisons here, but back in, I believe it was the 2017 season when Jake Elliott made that 61-yard field goal against the Giants, right? What that propelled them to do the rest of the season. I really wonder if this game is going to have that kind of an effect. And we won't know for a couple months. but to be able to know that they're never truly out of a game, even when they're down by 19 at the half. These guys talked about how they could have packed it up. They could have just decided, oh well, we'll be 2-1, but they didn't. And they fought through all that adversity, and I think that so in the locker room there was a ton of happiness, but they were also quick to say, can't come out like that though. Like we can't, especially the offensive guys. Like we have a lot to clean up, and I think that's important to know, to be that humble, right? To be excited for the win, but to be that humble and realize, we were lucky today, and they earned it, right? They did say that they earned that, but they can't do that to themselves every week.
The 61-yard field goal, good pull. It also had the San Francisco game vibes to it when you lost to San Francisco, where basically you beat San Francisco in the playoffs. Then they came back the next year saying, yeah, you beat us, but we're the better team now. It started to feel like you were seeing, and it kind of had 2023 vibes where you're like, you're scratching and clawing to beat a terrible Dallas team, a less than stellar Kansas City team, and now you're playing a good team, and they're coming here and taking you to the woodshed. So it adds some 2023 vibe to it. Now you're going to Tampa. We'll see how they respond, because this has been a house of horrors for them.
And real quick, the to me, Mike, you can't underestimate how big of a win that was from the tiebreaker standpoint, right? The Rams are going to be good. You very well could be fighting with them for home field in a playoff game, right? Again, and how important we saw it last year would it be to have the Rams have to come back here for an NFC championship game, or again, a divisional game, a little bit of snow, cold, outdoors, rather than going there. And I think when you look at that, and you can win these games and be 3-0 right now when you haven't played anywhere close to your best football. I mean, it's one thing this team does well. They don't always start out of the gate. They find ways to win. And then as the season goes on, man, they really start hitting their stride, and then they get to be something really dangerous.
All right, Scott Grayson's grades are up at 97.3ESPN.com. Check them all out. And, of course, we'll have the grades after the Eagles and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. You can listen to that game right here on 97.3 ESPN. Scott, we'll talk to you next week, man.
All right, you got it, Mike. Have a good one.
Scott Grayson's grades are brought to you by our friends over at the Bridgeton Auto Mall. Are you ready to score your next big drive? Head straight to the end zone at Bridgeton Auto Mall. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Nick Sirianni getting ready to address the media here. We'll carry it for you on 97.3 ESPN. You'll hear what Nick Sirianni has to say today about the way that game ended yesterday. So stick around for that and more. The Sports Bash is live today at the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. This is 97.3 ESPN. All right, welcome back. Nick Sirianni heading to the podium. He's brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation for generations. Call 609-390-3907. Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni, very emotional yesterday. We'll hear how he follows that up today. And I'm wondering if a lot of questions will be asked about, Jalen Hurts' comments and A.J. Brown's comments, because a lot of the reporters probably didn't get to hear those answers first. They talked to Nick first, and then Jalen and A.J. speak afterwards. So now that they have some hindsight on some of the things that Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown had to say about the offense, what will Nick Sirianni have to say today? Let's find out. Here is the Eagles head coach, Nick Sirianni.
Hey, Nick, when you were speaking about AJ yesterday, it seemed like you were emotional while speaking in length about how he's carried himself. I'm wondering, among all the many things we talked about the last couple of months, why that subject had personal significance to you.
Yeah, I got emotional yesterday in the locker room with just the handling adversity. And I thought that our guys did a really good job of dealing with adversity throughout the game and just keep getting up. And I think, that was definitely one topic of where I was a little bit emotional yesterday, because these guys are going to have to, it's not just a football thing that, you're hoping that you're helping guys become better men as well, with the stuff that you can learn through football, being tough, being detailed, being together. They just kept getting up. And then I think, there's so many outside things that can sway our thinking, I think, too, and that we don't want to live like that in a football building, right? We want to be committed to our process. We know that it's not going to be immediate results. We want to be team-oriented, because being team-oriented, when I say that, isn't just good for the team. It's good for, individually too, right? For everybody, because in this sport, you need your teammates to make the plays that you want to make as an individual. And so, I think it's just, those are two things we've talked a lot about. And again, like I said, I felt like AJ really handled himself with a lot of maturity. And I listened to the thing yesterday, and I'm, what I think he's trying to say in that manner is, we talk a lot about being on the attack on offense and not really worried about what they do on defense, because what we've been seeing as a good offense has been a lot of different stuff that you might not even be able to prepare for. And so that's how I kind of took what he said yesterday also. But I think he's just done such a good job because I'm not sure he's went through the last 2 weeks without answering those questions every day. And I just, you love when someone's able to answer the bell after going through ups and downs. And that's why I said what I said earlier, as far as being able to handle the dog mentality of getting through the downs and picking yourself back up. And I kind of correlate what AJ, had to go through too in that same category, that's just always something that, hits close home to me, is handling adversity for many different reasons that I won't get in here to today. But that core value always means a lot to me, that toughness, particularly that mental toughness core value, really, really means a lot to me. And I think that's probably where you saw my emotion on that yesterday, Brooks.
We'll go to Elliot and then Ed.
Hey, Nick. There's been some speculation that yesterday in the second half, Jalen was calling the plays and Kevin Patullo maybe wasn't as involved as he normally is. I was wondering if you could clarify if there was any truth to that. And then secondly, what have you seen from their working relationship this year as they get more games under their belt together?
Yeah, Kevin called the plays yesterday in that second half. Jalen, but make no mistake about it, like Jalen does a great job of communicating. Jalen sees the field really, really, really well. He can come back and tell you what happened without even looking at the picture. And then you look at the picture, like, yeah, that's exactly what happened. Jalen has a great feel for how that's going. And so there's communication, right? There's talk through it, everything like that, but yeah, Kevin called the plays. Kevin will continue to call the plays. But I love the communication that we get from Jalen. I love the communication that we get from, all our guys. I think, we get a lot of good information from our guys, Jalen particularly. And that's the way it should be. He's a quarterback. But you don't trust every quarterback. You trust the ones that are telling you what they see. And Jalen does a really good job of telling us that in the game. I really like the relationship that they have. Probably a better question for them, so they can. But I always, I know they're close. I know they spend a lot of time together talking through the plan. I know they spend a lot of time together going through situations. A better question for them, but I do value that relationship that those two have, because I think they're really lockstep and do a great job of, I know they both care about each other. I know they both want what's best for each other. I know, Kevin wants Jalen to succeed and doing everything he can to help him do that. So I love that relationship that those two have.
We'll go to Ed and then Dave.
Yeah. Hi, Nick. After the game, Jalen gave an interview to Pam Oliver and said that it seemed like they're playing not to lose the game. I mean, do you see any of that creeping in at all in these first three games? And what's your assessment of that?
Jalen said that. I'm sorry, Ed. He said that about the Rams?
No, he said that to Pam Oliver, that we have to get out of this playing not to lose, that you played so many different styles in the first half. And I'm just wondering if you see any inkling of that. Do you see any of that creeping in, that, whether it's inadvertently, the playing not to lose type mentality, playing a little too close to the vest?
Man, our guys did everything they could do to scratch, claw, and win that game. I think it goes back to what I said with AJ, what we talked about all week, what Jalen talked about, what Kevin talked about, particularly in that offensive meeting, is when you're good on offense. I know I've said this to you guys a bunch. When you got the guys that we have on offense, you're going to see, and when you're explosive in different ways, you're going to see stuff that you don't see on tape. And what we said all week, particularly Jalen and Kevin, and obviously I thought that this as well, was we're the offense. We got to be in this mode of attacking, and that's what our mindset was. And you know, obviously the first half didn't play out that way for multiple different reasons. But I think that's what you know. You guys can ask them, but I think that's what Jalen's saying there. I think that's what AJ's saying here. But what I definitely felt from our team is there was this supreme confidence, especially as we started to chip away, right? You know, we had a bad first half. Then that second half starts like, all right, let's go. We you know, here's our, we regroup, let's go. And it got worse, right? It got worse. But then all I saw a team doing was doing everything they could do to find a way to win this game. And man, I'm just so proud of the guys of how hard they worked, how they just kept getting back up, because it wasn't like, right, we talked about how the second half started, but then it wasn't like stop, score, stop, score, stop, score. There was a little bit of that, but there was stop, score, then it was they drive, field goal block, all right, boom, we drive, turnover on downs, right? So it wasn't, there was still this adversity in there because it didn't happen just like that. And so all I saw as a team is just kept getting back. All I saw from our team and our coaches was guys just continuing to fight, getting back up, and shoot, that ball could have bounced a different way yesterday, and we could have very easily lost that game. And hats off to the Rams. It's a good football team. But I just saw our guys just continue to fight over and over again. Now, again, we have a lot to clean up. Like, we can't play that way and win consistently. So that was when we got in there today, that was the mood of the whole thing, right? And I told you guys this yesterday. Yeah, we're going to celebrate like crazy on Sunday, but tomorrow we're going to tell each other the truth and get back at it. And that's what today, that's what today was all about.
We'll go to Dave and then Tim.
Nick, when it comes to Jalen being assertive during a game like we saw yesterday, how much has he grown in that area, just the comfort with the coaching staff and with Kevin in particular?
Yeah, I think, again, like I said, he's always had a good relationship with Kevin, regardless of Kevin being the coordinator or not. And Jalen's always saw the field really well. Obviously, he gets better and better and better as reps that he takes throughout his career. I think a lot of quarterbacks are that way. And so we've always valued his, what he sees out there, because he can really tell us what he sees out there, and, even better than a picture can show it when you're looking at it. So that's a really good asset to have as a coaching staff, because, again, Jalen does, there's all these things that he does so well that helps us win football games. That's just another one, right? Of the way he can communicate and talk to us of what he's seeing. And again, that's what you need. That's what you want out of your quarterback. I'm glad we have a quarterback like Jalen Hurts that does that and consistently does that.
We have time for a couple more, so we'll go to Tim and then finish with Zach.
Nick, the record overall 19-1 in your last 20 games, last 17 that Jalen has started and finished the game have all been victories. What kind of things do you think about that come first and foremost to your mind when you think about that level of sustained success that you guys are on right now?
Yeah, that's a good question, Tim. I guess the first thing that comes to mind is our detail wasn't what I wanted it to be yesterday, right? And our team feels that same way. And the reminder of, hey, we play like this, you forget going 19-1 or whatever it is. You don't win the next one or the next one when you play like that. Like, I think about, we've been a detailed team that's had that sustained success. Obviously, we have great talent, but we have a team that plays together and tough and detailed. And yesterday wasn't detailed enough. So that you say that, and then that's the first thing I think of is like, well, if we're going to do that again, we can't be the type of detail that we had yesterday. And that's from coaches, that players, everything. I don't think I did a good enough job yesterday. I take a lot of pride that our fundamentals are what they are. And obviously good players allow you to be able to do that. But, and I say that by saying, we put them in these positions to execute their fundamentals. Obviously, again, their talent is what it is, but then it's my job as the head coach. Anytime I say, hey, the detail wasn't right, I'm the only person I'm looking at is myself first, because I feel like I hold that to, hey, if our detail's not right, I put so much time into that as the head coach that I really, I don't like when that looks like that, because I know that I didn't do my job well enough. And I say that with the kickoff return, right? I didn't put those guys on the kickoff return in enough positions that week. Again, me, because, by fielding those kicks and even going back. Now, you learn from that, and all I'm thinking about is how we're going to do that moving forward and get better at that moving forward, because it'd be the same way if we didn't have a catch and drag on the sideline on a catch or missed tackles. And so when you said that, that's the first thing that came to my mind. I maybe you probably wanted a different answer there, Tim, but that, it's like all those things, you judge yourself coming out of a game. Did you play to the standard of your culture? And, win, lose, or draw, did you play to that standard? When you consistently play to that standard with the talent that we have and the talent that Howie has given us, then we know we can put ourselves in best position to see. But when you don't, those don't happen without, playing to your standard and the talent that you have. So that was the first thing that came to my mind, Tim, when you asked that question, is this: we got to be more detailed, and it starts with me. And anytime there's missed tackles or drops, or we're not fielding the ball clean on that, I look at myself first and foremost, because that detail and that fundamental is my job.
We'll finish with Zach here.
Hey, good afternoon, Nick. We see special teams drills on Wednesday and Thursday, but how much time do you guys spend during the week on field goal block? And then the second part of that question, some of the top D tackles in the league don't necessarily play special teams. What is it about Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis that they're part of those units?
Yeah, and I want you to flip it to the other side, where Jordan Mailata and Landon Dickerson and Tyler Steen, or all those guys play field goal too. I think that's just the selflessness of our football team. Cooper DeJean plays on kickoff. Jalix Hunt plays on kickoff, right? And so we just have these guys that are willing to do whatever we need to do to win football games, whether that's sacrificing one place or the other, or playing special teams, and it's no different there. And I think you look back, like some of our good pushes from the last couple of years, you have Jordan Davis on it, you have Jalen Carter, you have Brandon Graham on it, and it's like, Brandon Graham's a 15-year vet, and he's still on this. Boom. It paints, all those guys, and I give so much credit to, the Jason Kelsey, Brandon Graham, Fletcher Cox, of, them carrying that culture. And now, and Lane, and now all the guys that we have now of carrying the culture. And it's just, it's team, it's together. It's something that, it's one of the things that, hey, you're looking at your detail after a game, but you're also looking at how you played together. I thought we played extremely hard yesterday. I thought we played extremely mentally tough yesterday, extremely together. Our detail just wasn't there. I think of it in that way. And those guys, man, what a good rush that they had, 2 rushes that they had. And really, that just doesn't turn on, in the moment. If you look back at all the field goals, they're rushing like that, and all the extra points, because they know those can change a game. So I think I'd say this too, that Jalen Carter has worked himself back into being, is getting himself back into the best shape of his life. And Jordan Davis, there's been a lot of talk about how he's in the best shape of his life. But you saw that yesterday, in the sense that the very last play of a dogfight, and sometimes when you're in the bottom of the dogfight and you're trying to fight your way back up, it's even more tiring. But in the moment like that, they were still able to give this extreme effort to help us win the game, because they still had stuff in their tank, because they've worked their butts off to be in the best shape of their life. You look at a play that Jalen, and again, we talked about Jalen having to continue to get better at that, and he worked extremely hard at that this week, and he'll continue to work hard at that. But you're seeing him come out of the stack, getting strip attempts on the football. And so I loved how hard we played, and those two guys showed that. I love how hard we played as a team, and those two guys showed that all the way till the very end, which ended up helping us win the game. And then we didn't need Jordan to scoop and score, but he did, and he had the energy and to be able to finish that off as well.
And how much time do you spend during the week?
Yeah, a lot, just as much as we spent on field goal, and so we talk about that a lot. We're in a lot of that. Coach Clay does a really good job of separating out the time, for special teams and, with the walkthroughs and the practice and the individual drills, so that he does a really good job there, and we spend quite a bit of time on that.
Sirianni, and a lot there, man. He was asked about Jalen Hurts' comments when Hurts basically said we play so many styles of football where in that first half we got to get this thing going, playing not to lose. We got to get rid of that. Today, Nick Sirianni said when you're good on offense, you're going to see stuff that you don't see on tape. And what we said all week, particularly Jalen and Kevin, was we're the offense. We've got to be in this mode of attacking. Well, they didn't attack at all in the first half. They were very passive-aggressive in that first half. Basically, in the second half, they ripped the piece of paper, threw it in the trash, and started over. Sirianni was asked, did Jalen Hurts call the plays in the second half? He essentially laughed that one off. Said Kevin called the plays.
That's good. That's good. So everyone can be,
him?
Yes, we can all be certain that we cannot blame Patullo for the first half and credit Jalen for the second half. It's all collaboration, people.
On A.J. Brown's comments, Nick Sirianni said, we talk a lot about being on the attack on offense and not really worrying about what they do on defense. That's how I look at what he said yesterday. So I think the message got to Nick Sirianni is that these guys want to be more attacking on offense, more so than a conservative offense. How does that change the dynamic for Saquon Barkley? Your text messages still to come, plus the unsportsmanlike moment of the day is next here on the Sports Bash.
You talk about the team as a collective and not letting the success of the Super Bowl get to their heads, how they keep the main thing, and go about their business of winning. Doesn't Nick Sirianni deserve some credit for that, for setting the tone? I know Jalen Hurts came in and said, I'm not wearing the ring, we've turned the page, and we give him credit for that. But then why don't we give Nick Sirianni the same credit for saying, banner night, whatever, we're moving on? He does the same thing. He's also the coach that is stewarding the team through this chapter and through these wins. He deserves more credit than a lot of people want to give him.
And that's our unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Michelle Smallman. It's brought to you by Whitehorse RV Center. Find fall closeout savings on 2025s and select pre-owned RVs. Shop now before they're gone at Whitehorse RV. Your RV adventure starts here. Michelle Smallman saying, why doesn't Nick Sirianni get more credit? Well, guess what, Michelle? You're right about that. We give him the credit here on the Sports Bash. I'm a big Nick Sirianni fan. He's won me over long ago. You know, when he got hired, I said, I'm not going to judge this hire. Was it the guy that anybody would have picked? Absolutely not. There's not one person in the listening audience who said, you know who they should hire? That guy Nick Sirianni from the Colts. So when they hired a guy like that, instead of ripping him for the hire, I said, you know what? I'll be open-minded about this, and I will judge him down the road. He won me over that first year. The first year when the Eagles had essentially no talent, they were coming off a terrible season that got Doug Peterson fired. They hire Sirianni. He has no coaching experience in terms of being a head coach, wasn't on anybody's radar. He won me over that first year when the team decided to change from what they were and into what they became. They were trying to throw the ball all over the place, and that didn't work. And he said, you know what? I'm not the right guy to run this offense. Let me turn over the play calling, and that team made the playoffs. And when that team made the playoffs, that told me this guy gets it.
And guess what? McVay, LaFleur, all these Wonder Boy coaches, they can't beat him. He's 4-0 against McVay. He beat LaFleur twice last year. He's beaten Dan Campbell.
And you remember when anybody who literally shook hands with Sean McVay was getting head coaching jobs? Well, look at Nick Sirianni's tree. It's starting Kellen Moore, John Gannon, Shane Steichen, and I have a feeling it's going to continue with more guys off the Nick Sirianni tree.
Kellen Moore does need some help down there. Ooh.
I tweeted about this yesterday. He made a mistake taking that job. He should have stayed here and built his resume up for another year and got a better job. That's our unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Football at 4 is up next. Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It is brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Geoff Mosher is here today from Inside the Birds and Philly Voice, giving his voice on the Eagles' improbable victory over the Rams yesterday, and the Rams obviously showing they are a big-time contender in the NFC. They feel that they are right there with the Philadelphia Eagles. And for that Sunday, for essentially the entire game, they were the better team. Let's bring Geoff Mosher into the conversation here on a wild game. Mosher, I know over the years we've seen a ton of wild moments, but that one has to take the cake of how the Eagles were able to come back and win that game with the way that they got not one but two blocked field goals. I mean, and you needed both of those blocked field goals to be able to win that game yesterday. So is this a situation where you watch that game and feel confidently that Philadelphia is the better team, or is this one of those just, hey, they found a way to win, but you got to get better?
Yeah, that's a lot of questions. I don't know. I feel like I saw two different Eagles teams in one game. So one of them was better than the Rams. The other one was clearly not. So it just depends on which Eagles team, specifically offense, although we can talk about the run defense too. But yeah, I mean, look, you win a game like that and you have to go back and look at all the things that went wrong. But I think first and foremost, you have to realize how good you are to be able to do that. I mean, to be able to execute offensively, defensively, and on special teams with not one but two blocked field goals when you need it the most. There's not a lot of teams good enough to be able to do that. I know that there's a flukish nature of it, but I would disagree. Sort of like the team that did the miracle of the Meadowlands 2, right? That was a very, very talented offense that just came alive. Like, you can't do that if you don't have guys like Deshaun Jackson and Macklin and Vic, right, and Brent Selleck. So I think that the Eagles have a lot of things to work on, but I also think, to your question, not a lot of teams could have pulled that off, even with the momentum changers. They just don't have the ability to do that.
And listen, we all know how talented they are, and that's one of the things that they keep talking about is, hey, we have so many weapons. Why are we not showcasing them? That was kind of the message, right? It wasn't that kind of the message from Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown after the game is like, hey, why'd you win? Well, I don't want to pat myself on the back, but they threw me the damn ball, essentially, is what A.J. Brown said. And Hurts essentially saying the same thing. That first half, that can't be who we are.
No, and that's you heard that from Hurts and you heard it from A.J. Brown, and clearly they were frustrated. And I get it. I don't normally blame play calling or play concept, play design, but if you look at the 17 plays between the touchdown they scored in the first quarter and then when they finally got that 38-yarder to A.J. Brown that set up the Goddard touchdown, I mean, I think Barkley was either a ball carrier or a ball catcher on 10 or 11 of those plays. I mean, they were force-feeding the ball to Saquon Barkley. And the ball in that 17-play span never went past 10 yards in the air for about 15 of those 17. So, or no, none of the 17. I'm sorry. They just were not making the most use of what they have. It did feel like, I think Jalen said this after the game, they were sort of playing not to make a mistake instead of playing to attack. And you can't do that when you have as much talent as the Eagles have. I understand that there was a history there of Barkley just exploding against the Rams, and maybe they were just expecting that to happen sooner or later, but you can't just find yourself all of a sudden in a 26-7 hole before you realize that maybe there's some other guys in the field that you should be throwing the ball to.
So the second half, is that a different offense? I mean, what do you make of the way they opened it up in the second half with the success that they were able to have?
Well, I think a couple of things changed. One, and I put this one on the coach's decision-making. I personally would have had Fred Johnson out there immediately when Lane Johnson came out. It's Fred Johnson you traded for. You gave up picks because you weren't happy with your depth on the offensive line. So why did you put Matt Pryor out there at right tackle when you had Fred Johnson is beyond me, because I think you saw an immediate difference after that strip sack. The next drive is when they put Johnson in, and that's when you saw the 38-yarder to Brown and then the touchdown to Goddard. So to me, that's an unsung part of it, a small part of it, to have that protection and have that, at least, I don't want to say experience, not Pryor's experience, but you just had more of a safer feeling with Fred Johnson there, because Pryor really got killed by Verse on that play that led to the turnover. So I think that was part of it. And then the conscious decision then on that drive, the next drive really, to start throwing the ball and stop force-feeding Saquon Barkley led them to find success, because A.J. Brown caught that one-handed catch along the right sideline. Jalen went deep. It was funny because it came right after a Landon Dickerson holding penalty. Hurtson ran for like two or 3 yards on 2nd and 7 or 8, and then it got negated, and they're back behind the sticks. And I'm sure you, Mike, everybody in the lane crew is already making it clear how they felt. Figured, oh great, 2nd and 12, here comes another dump off to Saquon in the flat, or maybe a run or something like that. And they got a good look with A.J. Brown, put a nice slug route on the corner, and he hit it. And then next thing you know, Dallas Goedert, touchdown. And, obviously the change was that they felt like they needed to throw the ball to other people and get the entire pass offense involved.
So what does this say about their offense now? What do we learn about the offense and what it can be? Because what we've seen the first 3 weeks is, you're skating by against a Dallas team that's been shredded defensively. I mean, their defense is not good, and you struggled to move the ball and score against that team. Kansas City has a better defense, but obviously you had to crawl and scratch to score against that team. And then yesterday, obviously for the first half, you could. So I know it's small sample size 3 weeks in. What do we make of what this Eagles offense is?
Great question. I wrote about this on Philly Voice. To me, it's a streaky offense, and it's not the same as last year because Barkley he's been featured as much. He just hasn't had the big explosive runs, and they finally got some explosive plays yesterday in the second half. But I don't think the offense, for all the talk of a new iteration of it and new concepts that will be sprinkled in to kind of keep it fresh. They wanted to take last year's concepts and just add a little bit to it. I can't say I've seen anything added. In fact, even when they were doing well, if you look at the plays, again, the A.J. Brown catch, 38 yards. The Dallas Goedert catch, 33-yard touchdown. Devontae Smith had a really nice 16-yard catch on the left side deep dig, right? Those are all plays that the Eagles typically run. I think that they are no different than last year conceptually. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that that's what they said they didn't want to be. They wanted to add new things into it. I haven't seen anything newer or fresher. And I think that there's still, this doesn't mean now all of a sudden they're going to come out like just gangbusters and start throwing the ball all over the place. They did try some throws in the first half. It didn't work. There were a couple of plays that I saw on tape where, there was mesh concepts where there's guys wide open across the middle. Jalen doesn't throw it. So, I mean, they are what they are. They're a team that surprises you every once in a while because they just start. It's like once Jalen gets a little hot, he just gets on fire and throws these balls. But they're for the most part going to be that they're going to try to run. They're going to try to work some play action. I just think they have to be less. I think the conservative label was very fair, and they need to not be so married to trying to force feed Saquon Barkley as much as they were trying to do in that game.
All right, Geoff Mosher, Football at 4 from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com, and check out his reactions over at PhillyVoice.com. And, a lot of the stuff we're talking about is on the offensive side of the ball, but the role that the defense played in kind of giving the offense a chance to get back because, they kept holding them to the field. 3 field goals in the first half. And that was the one thing I observed at halftime was, I'm sitting there watching the game. With me, my dad, his law partner, and we're sitting there, and he's saying the defense hasn't been very good. And I'm like, well, they're kind of giving you a shot to stay in the game here. They kept it within reach, but I guess you just never felt the offense. But the defense really changed in the second half.
Yeah, it did. And I would amend your statement a little bit to say that and this is kind of sort of splitting hairs, right? I don't know if it was the defense that was keeping them in the game, or it was just Matthew Stafford keeping the Eagles in the game, because I thought he missed at least 5 or 6 throws.
Yep.
That there was no pressure, but I will say maybe the perception of pressure forced his clock to be sped up a little bit. And if that's the case, then, you credit the Eagles, because if you can win the intimidation game, that's a win. That speaks to your talent level and what you got. And, he's faced them a couple of times now, and he's taken some hits and, in both games last year. And this year he didn't take as many hits, but again, that's because I thought he was sort of hurrying a bunch of his throws. There were like 5 or 6 throws that I circled in my notebook the game. I'm like, that's throw that Matthew Stafford usually makes. And so he left points on the board. He said it after the game too. He completely acknowledged that he left points on the board.
No, that's right. I mean, he definitely left some points out there and missed some throws. Stuff that the Eagles did capitalize on, but the fact that they held them to the 3 field goals in the first half, that was an underrated part of this whole thing, is because if they scored more points in that first half, you're not able to, you would have ran out of time had they converted some of those. And I also thought a play in the game that was interesting was 4th and 2. The Eagles blocked the field goal. The fact that they even attempted the field goal there, because it still made it only a 1-score game, even if they make the field goal.
Yep. That was huge. I thought, I agree with you on that. I also thought 2 Jordan Davis plays that were not field goal blocks were pretty huge. The third and two,
yep,
where he chased down Matthew Stafford, and of course the 4th and 1 on Kyron Williams. I mean, he had 4 plays. If you take, I guess really Jalen Carter gets credit for
the 4th and 1 play gets lost in the sauce because you go 4 and out.
Right. But it kept them from scoring. You saw how quickly on their last drive that they moved down the field and were able to get in field goal position. So I just thought Jordan Davis single-handedly almost, won that game for them.
It's a complete transformation for him too, by the way. In that before, you were always talking about him being somewhat of a disappointment, and are they even happy with the role that they have with him? And now here's a guy who, by the way, correct me if I'm wrong, is he a free agent at the end of the year, or is he, the 5th-year option they picked up, but he's a free agent at the end of the year, right?
He is not a free agent at the end of the year because they picked up his 5th-year option. This is just year 4 for him.
Okay, so they picked up the 5th-year option so that he's here again next year. Gotcha. But he played obviously
I was going to say he's also on a better price and more of a discount on the 5th-year option because he's like a tier 2 5th-year option. I forget what year that this started, but the 5th-year option is different based on what you already accomplished. So I think if he was like a 4-time Pro Bowler, it would be a lot more expensive.
Speaking of 4-time Pro Bowler, he's not quite there yet, but Zach Bond was all over the place. I mean, that got lost in the sauce about what he did. I mean, he had an interception early in the game, but he was all over the place in that first half. He was like a one-man wrecking ball early in that first half of the game that, that gets lost in the sauce because of what ended up happening in the game.
Man, tell me about it, Mike, because yesterday's game is what sports writers like to call the Control-Alt-Delete game, where have like 80% of what you're written ready to go so that you can file it right before, right as time expires. Bam, my story is ready. But the way that game went, I kept hitting Control. I wrote up a big thing at the end of the first quarter before the game was, out of reach or anything, where I was going to, write a couple paragraphs about Zach Bond and the idea that I think some people are waiting for him to like kind of come back to earth, or the coach to turn back into a pumpkin for him because of his success was just so fast and unexpected. But each week it's like you just see these great plays that he makes and the consistency. Now, I mean, he's got to wear part of the letdown in the run defense, which I have to study a little bit more on tape and see what happened there. But overall, he's been playing at a fantastic level.
Yeah, he was awesome yesterday. There's so many things in this game. The special teams aspect of it, too. These messy kicks, and that was a big factor in the game because one of the problems the Eagles offense had was they kept having terrible field position.
They did. And that's part of that sort of, I think, conservative approach that they were taking. Man, everybody hates seeing when you run the ball on 3rd and 17 or 3rd and 15, but that's kind of what you do in those situations when you're backed up in your own end zone because of bad field position. You're just trying to get out of there. Mm-hmm. They were trying to get Barkley to get him even if it wasn't one of the big runs, just give me like a 12 to 15 yarder, Saquon, right? And let me get closer to the middle field where I can then get my receivers out and comfortable. They seemed very uncomfortable being backed up in their own end zone and not wanting to make the same mistake, I guess, similar to what Matthew Stafford made on his opening possession. But it certainly changed the way they went about their business. Now, the kickoffs, right? So the kicker for the Rams is one of these kickers. There's the whole kickoff format's new with the dynamic kick. So kickers have been trying to do this thing called a knuckleball kick, where they kick with less spin, and so it kind of floats, right? It's like trying to hit a changeup, and this time you're trying to catch a ball that's not spinning the way you normally spin. So I can understand one mishap, right? Until you're like, oh, because you can't practice against it unless your kicker does it. But 5 is just crap. I mean, that is ridiculous. Those guys should be embarrassed by how bad they were and how detrimental to the offense and field position they put their team in. I mean, this is not rocket science. I know I've never been there and been out there and done it, but I guarantee you the coaches are saying the same thing to them. I'm like, come on. I get like 1 or 2 blips, but 5? That's a little ridiculous.
Yeah, it was perplexing of what was going on yesterday. And a lot of the kicks worked up. I mean, Bigsby had a problem. Mechie had 2 problems. I mean, it was every kick they could not field cleanly. And that kept putting them behind the 8 ball there. There's like all these things just keep coming back to you. The one-handed catch you talked about by AJ, but the other one on 3rd down where he catches the ball one-on-one, and then he just shoves his way through the defender there. I mean, I guess one of the questions I have moving forward, you saw what AJ did, and Devontae, kind of had his game where he just, the safety valve sometimes sure-handed, although he did have a drop that he probably should have caught. Is there any concern about Barkley and trying to get him going in the role that he'll have in this offense, or do you start to shift to a more Brown-Smith-centric offense?
Well, that was something I didn't have to delete from my Philly Voice observation story. It's still up there on phillyvoice.com, is that I feel like watching Saquon a little bit yesterday, especially in the second half, that maybe he's pressing a little bit because I thought he was not always following the blocks. I thought that he was trying to maneuver his way a little bit at a time. I feel like he's running like a little bit like he's getting frustrated, which is understandable because he's, Saquon Barkley had this great year, voted #1 player, and he really has been he's not been bad. He's just been, yesterday was bad, but he's been the pedestrian running back so far, and that's not Saquon Barkley. Clearly defenses are doing some things in the line of scrimmage, a lot of athletic movement, line games, twist stunts, just trying to make sure that they can get off blocks a little easier. And then if he does get past the first line, that they can still chase him down, and they're doing some good things. And you're right. Because of that, theoretically, you should be able to open up the offense a little more. But the Eagles are also seeing a ton, Mike, of 2 deep coverages, like cover 2, inverted cover 2. Defense is designed to really keep the stuff in front of you. So I don't know that the Saquon Barkley struggles right now are going to make them just all of a sudden be able to throw the ball over the top a lot. But I think there is a lot of space in the middle of the field. And I just want to make this clear because sometimes we talk about Hurts's reluctance to throw the ball in the middle of the field. His reluctance is to throw the ball into tight windows. But there were some really good opportunities yesterday, whether it was a one-on-one or it's like the deep dig to Devontae or mesh routes. There are guys who are open in the middle of the field that he's more than happy with throwing the ball to, as long as he sees it.
Yeah.
Sometimes he misses it, but when he sees it, he will pull the trigger.
Well, the touchdown to Goddard, 33-yard, he ripped it down the middle of the field wide open.
Certainly did.
Yes.
Good example. Really, and the 16-yarder to Devontae on 3rd down was a good one. The one that you'd mentioned that AJ dropped, right? That was an under center play action, which is very rare. The Eagles go under center and then run play action pass off of it. I thought that after watching it, that Hurts should have thrown it a tick earlier because he allowed Quentin Lake to kind of close quickly and then hit AJ as AJ was trying to catch it. Now, still a ball AJ normally catches, but throwing a little bit earlier, I think he has a chance to maybe even wiggle out before Quentin Lake can hit him.
Last thing I want to ask, pass rush, Hunt, Smith, Zadarius Smith, Nolan Smith, the pass rush. What did you think, about their ability to pray? You mentioned that Stafford missed some throws with the perception of a pass rush, but was there enough pass rush?
I think the easy answer right now is no, there was not. And I'm not saying that's an incorrect assessment, but what I am saying, I'll have to go back and look. But if you were to say what's the best thing about the Rams offense yesterday, you would say it did what?
Protect it.
Well, I mean, more so how they moved the chains. They ran the ball extremely well.
They ran the ball well. We talked about this earlier. Corum averaged almost 7 yards a carry on you. Williams had a good game as well. They just kept getting chunks of yards.
You know what's cool? I wrote last week a story on Philly Voice. I'm really plugging my stuff today. But I do a weekly column called Know Your Enemy, and a little Rage Against the Machine reference. But it's a story about what to watch for the other team that's not obvious. And I wrote a whole thing about how Blake Corum has started to slowly get integrated into the Rams offense. And I showed a few plays where they use him, and he's got a little bit more explosion, I think, like a little bit more juice than Kyron Williams. They're both, like, neither of them are both high-class athletes or world-class athletes. But so when I see that happen and, you saw him break off some good runs, I'm like, yeah, I felt validated.
Yeah. There you go.
My point in bringing that up was you have to be in a pass rush situation for your pass rushers to really go to work. And the way the Rams are moving the ball on the ground, they didn't. I have to go look. I don't know how many 3rd and 5 and longer that they faced throughout the game. And when they did, I do think it was more Stafford missing than Zadarius Smith or Jalen Hunter or anybody else really putting pressure on him. So I mean, I don't think the pass rush was great, but I really think it's also harder when a team is running the ball down your throat that way to really go and tee off on a quarterback.
All right, good stuff. By the way, Rage Against the Machine, I made a Rage Against the Machine reference on my Instagram Friday night. I had a beer called East of the Sun, and the music I used for it was People of the Sun.
There you go. Yeah, I like it. Good stuff.
All right, Geoff Mosher is back on Wednesday. We'll do a Mosher mailbag with him on Wednesday as well. So get your questions in on the text board at Mike Gill Show. Geoff Mosher from Philly Voice and InsideTheBirds.com. The Inside the Birds podcast is out on all podcasting platforms, recapping the Eagles' win over the Rams, a wild game that people will be remembering. By the way, you talked about the miracle at the Meadowlands earlier. They had the same uniform combination, white jerseys,
holy cow,
green pants.
Well, maybe they should not wear that anymore just to save everybody the agita. I'm guessing their winning record in the other uniforms is pretty good, too, and without all the drama.
The last time, yes, they wore like 15 years ago was the last time they wore that combination. All right, Moshe, we'll talk to you Wednesday, man.
All right, man. Take care.
All right, Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast. Football at 4 today, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast and brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook. We are today and every Monday, we are at the Fanatics Sportsbook. Now, if you entered to win tickets to see the Eagles and the Giant game at MetLife Stadium.
There you go, Josh. Rage.
Good pull. If you entered, we'll see you Wednesday. We're going to be at Maynard's at Margate on Wednesday. So stop out and see us on Wednesday. Everybody's invited. The people that that registered, that entered, you now have a shot, I should say, to go to MetLife. Did you watch any of the game from MetLife last night?
The whole thing, actually, because I had some fantasy going.
It was uncomfortable to watch. Like, I felt like a fight was going to break out or just something bad was going to happen. The Giant fans are just so fed up with Russell Wilson.
You know, New York City has not won a football game at all this year. Jets, Giants, 0-6.
Oof.
And how Russell Wilson got intentional grounding on 1st and goal from the 5, throws it into the tunnel. Beyond me.
I got to tell you, if Cam Scattaboo is the best thing you got going for you, he's like one of them guys that's like, yeah, he's a nice little player, but it's probably not the guy that's going to lead you to a Super Bowl. That team's a mess. I do feel bad for Wilson. Like, nobody wants him there. Like, he's got to feel like, all right, this was a mistake. This was a mistake. Like, he's already been on Seattle, Denver, Pittsburgh. Now he's here. Like, you can't just keep recycling through teams here. And I just feel like nobody wants him.
He did throw for 450 yards last week, by the way.
He was bad last night.
He was awful last night.
He was bad last night. And they put Dart in the game. They run 2 plays for him, and then they take him out. The guy's not helping situations either. They're panning to him on the sideline. He's got his helmet on. He's got half his face painted.
He's reading his wristband like he's calling plays like to himself.
And I got news for the Giant fans. He's not any good either. You're hoping this guy Dart comes in and plays. He's not any good.
And they have talent, right? Neighbors is a beast.
Neighbors is such a great talent, but he's loser energy.
Brian Burns on defense, Abdul Carter, the draft pick.
We all talked about in the beginning of the season, like their defense was, I don't know. Neighbors has loser energy. That's what I see. He just has loser energy. And I liked him, too. I thought he was a great pick for them. But, I don't know. All right, Nuggets are coming up next. Stick around.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And it just keeps getting better.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Hey, don't forget to join us on Friday. We're going to be live at the Roost at Harbor Pines. Stop out, see the show live. The Ryder Cup is going on all weekend long, and they're celebrating it with a great group of things. I actually had I was at the Roost Saturday for lunch. PG.
I got to brush up on my European golf versus American golf.
This Friday at the Roost, we got a whole bunch of stuff. They've got a whole new menu for the day. Burrata bites, meatball skewers, spinach and cherry tomato flatbread. The Mulligan is a great drink they're going to have, a Hunch Punch cooler, all sorts of stuff. A caprese burger, Italian subs, chicken parm. They got a great menu just for the show. Stop out for the Ryder Cup Friday and, of course, the football weekend at the Roost over there at Harbor Pines. All right, it's time for the Nuggets now. They're brought to you by the Hub gear that works as hard as you do. Nick Earnshaw is the host of the Shift podcast, and, of course, he is the producer of the Locker Room Weekends on 97.3 ESPN, and he joins us right now for another edition of Nick's Nuggets. Man, we got so many ways we could go with this one. We got first half, second half, Nick Castellanos, the NFL. I mean, what? The Flyers, by the way, they played last night. If you weren't paying attention, they won 1-0 in a preseason opener. So what do we got on the Nuggets today?
What's going on, Mike? PG. I feel a little bit better now that at least I get to be with you at the Roost. That menu sounds fantastic. You know, you guys get all the free ice cream the other week. I can't wait to go to the Roost. That menu sounds absolutely fantastic. So I hope PG's a little jealous there for the Roost on Friday. But I got to get into these Nuggets. I mean, don't call it
Philly tuxedo, okay?
I will wear the tuxedo on. And by the way, I put out a poll yesterday. Since PG invoked it, I put out a poll on Twitter yesterday, on X, and I asked, I'm like, is it okay to wear the Philly tuxedo since the Phillies and Eagles played yesterday? I got more votes saying yes, it was acceptable than no's, and then some people were asking what the Philly tuxedo was. But the yeses, they outweighed the no's there, Mike. I wanted to point that out before I get into these Nuggets. Nugget number one, don't call it a comeback. I mean, what an insane day of football yesterday, especially in the Birds game. Sean McVay now 1-6 against the Philadelphia Eagles. They just own the Los Angeles Rams. I was about to say St. Louis Rams, but they own the Rams. 1-6 he is against the Eagles' career now. Listen, Jalen Hurts, he is a guy you just want to have in the big moment. I mean, that is somebody who you trust. That's a winning type of quarterback. And to show for it, Jeff Kerr, we love Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports. He put out an interesting stat yesterday. Most comeback wins when trailing by double digits, including the playoffs, since 2020. Patrick Mahomes, 13. Right behind him is Jalen Hurts at 10. And I want to start with Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts made an interesting point yesterday. We're talking about comebacks. Listen to what Jalen had to say to Pam Oliver following yesterday's game, post-game.
It's always good to get a win. It's always good to get a win. And if that doesn't show you what type of team we are, I don't know what does. Now, we completely did that to ourselves in the first half. Completely. I mean, absolutely completely did that to ourselves. And that's something we gotta fix. It's as simple as that. It's unacceptable.
So, with that, he also went on to add saying they got to stop essentially playing from behind or playing not to lose, essentially. I'm paraphrasing. Jalen having that many comeback wins, you don't want to play not to lose. And that's how it felt like in the first half. Second half, they finally started going down the field, Mr. Mike Gill, and that's why they ended up winning the ball game.
Yeah, they had to. I mean, they almost did it out of necessity. I mean, they got down in the game 26 to whatever were they down 26 to 7.
Yep, 19 points.
26-point comeback and 26 unanswered points. But they had to. They had to start putting the ball in the air because they were down by so much. And then, voila, look, this actually could work. Getting the ball to A.J. Brown changed the complexion of that game. You know, A.J. Brown and then Devontae Smith had a couple of key catches as well. They kept the sticks moving, a couple big fourth down plays, the fourth down touchdown. Obviously, that was a big play in the game. But everything had to go right, including they had to get the offense clicking in the second half. I think the biggest takeaway from the game is, hey, we can do this. We can do this. And people always ask, well, can they if they need to? The answer has been yes every single time that they've had their back to the wall. And hopefully, though, it does say, because we were talking about this before, that they have been so conservative in terms of, the way they call games. Well, maybe this kind of gets them out of, depending on Saquon Barkley as, the first thing every single week.
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely had to do it out of necessity, go down the field, throw the ball a little bit more than they had been over the first couple weeks. And you're right. I mean, they have been calling such conservative offensive plays throughout the first couple of weeks. And it shows you, hey, you don't have to depend on Saquon. Yes, that was last year. You depended on him and he got you to a Super Bowl. Great. But you also have all these other guys, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. First half yesterday, they had 2 catches for 16 yards combined, Smith and Brown. Second half, 12 catches, over 150 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Those guys got to get involved. I understand you want to be conservative. You want to be efficient. You don't want to turn the ball over. I get that. They can win playing that way too. But you also can win throwing the ball downfield, taking chances. Jalen Hurts is good enough. It feels like he's held back at times, right? Because the running game has been so good and they've depended on that and they want him to be efficient, not turn the ball over. But they can take chances down the field. And when they do that, they can light up the scoreboard and be fine. Obviously, the Jordan Davis aspect to this, the block fields, they were huge. And, that's what won you the game in the end. But, man, the offense, they could put up points. We know they could put up points. They have a great offensive line, a great quarterback, Super Bowl MVP at quarterback. You have 2 all-pro receivers in essentially A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, Saquon Barkley. I mean, you have a lot of mouths to feed. That's great. So feed all of them when you can. You don't have to win one way every single week.
This team has an embarrassment of riches when it comes to talent. That is what is so perplexing sometimes where, you see a day where your offense is okay, they're stopping the run. Now, the fact that they got down 26-7 kind of, confounds all this. But, you're wondering if that game – now it's 19-7 at halftime if you're going to open up in the second half. But they got down another touchdown because the Rams scored first. And at that point you're thinking – I said, this felt like the San Francisco game from 2 years ago where you lost to them and then they came in and said – you were better than us last year. You're not better than us now. And they just come in here and Rochambeau you on your home field. But the Eagles' defense got some stops, got some big plays, and then their offense was able to start to evolve a little bit. But you wonder now, Geoff Mosher was on with us last segment for Football at 4, and he said that, it looks like Barkley's frustrated and that he's pressing, just trying to do so much. He's constantly just gets the ball and then he's bouncing around, and there's just not a lot of room for him to roam. Do the Eagles kind of now say, hey, we're going to set the run up by passing first and then maybe try to go out with that, where the first 3 games they've obviously been trying to run the ball first instead of, getting the pass game going?
Yeah, I mean, it was just so night and day between the first half and second half. I mean, totally different, right? But in the second half, you see that, hey, when they start going down the field, it's you're kind of glad that they got forced to start passing the ball down the field, airing it out a little bit, getting AJ involved, just throw it in his area and he'll be okay. So you're kind of glad that you got to see that, and it kind of forced the offensive hand in Kevin Patullo saying, all right, we kind of have to go down the field. You also saw Jalen Hurts on the sideline kind of having a discussion, a spirited discussion with him on the sideline saying, hey, we got to do some more. We got to throw down the field, etc. I don't know exactly what was said during that time, but you could tell it was trying to get them going, right? So Patullo totally switched it up. They made the adjustment when they needed to at halftime, and they come out with a victory, and they put themselves in a position to go win by throwing the ball down the field, which was thank goodness.
I think the Rams, and I said this before the week, and I said it yesterday post-game, I think the Rams are the biggest challenger in the NFC, even more than the Packers.
That's fair.
I think the Rams are better than the Packers are. The Packers' offense is just okay.
They screwed me yesterday. I had them in 3 survivor pools, and I'm out now on all of them.
Well, I'm not. Their offense is just okay. I mean, they don't have a receiver that really does much for me. Their offensive line's okay. It's not dominant. Even Jordan Love, I mean, he's a middle-of-the-road quarterback. He's not a top 10, maybe bottom. He might be right around 10, 11, 12, somewhere. So they don't have I'll take Matthew Stafford over Jordan Love. I like the Rams' weapons better than the Packers' weapons. you like everybody. The Micah Parsons thing elevated the Packers to a level that I don't think that they're good enough to really. And I think the Rams are better than the Packers are. That being said, I think the Rams are probably. I'm trying to think if there's a team I'm missing on the Eagles' schedule. I think the Rams are probably the best team on the Eagles' schedule the rest of the way here. They do play the Packers coming up. They play Washington twice. Washington had a nice win yesterday without Jaden Daniels. They do play the Lions later on in the season. We'll see if the Lions kind of get their footing and reestablish themselves as a big-time contender. But to me, that team that you played yesterday is the best team was the best team on your schedule.
Yeah, and that's a team you seem to own now, right? 1-6 is Sean McVay against the Eagles. That's a pretty big deal. Sean McVay, very important coach throughout the NFL. Going through the schedule, I was trying to pull it up right there. You do have the Chargers on the schedule, but in the NFC, I think you're right with the Rams, the Lions, if they can get back into it. But other than that,
that's the thing about
it's like the Bills and
football,
Chargers.
Right? That's the thing about September football, right? Starters don't play in the preseason. This is kind of like an extension.
I'm glad you brought that up, Pete, because somebody just texted in, about Eagle fans need to stop talking about Super Bowl. They could easily be 0-3. To which my retort is, these are preseason games. Yeah. The Eagles and many teams don't play. You know what's funny? I saw an interview. So it is 50 years of Monday Night Football. The first ever Monday Night Football was 50 years ago yesterday, I think it was. And it was Howard Cosell interviewing Joe Namath on the field. And he says, Joe, you only played 6 quarters in the preseason. Do you feel like you had enough, time to get yourself ready? And he's like, well, I'd like to have played more, but, we'll see, Howard. And I said, 6 quarters? Can you imagine? These guys, the Eagles, I think, all these teams, but the Eagles big time. These are preseason games. The Eagles really didn't start hitting their stride last year till about November, right? They were 2-2.
Well, they got blown out against Tampa. Remember that game?
They were 2-2, right?
Yeah.
That made them 2-2. And then, they had the bye week, and then they just took off after that. Now, this team now, I think you're starting to see this past week here was a good indicator, hopefully, that they can – now, this is going to be interesting. John Clark tweeted this out a little while ago. The Eagles are going to go to Tampa a day early this week to try to acclimate to the heat down there because they have had all sorts of problems. Now, Mike Evans is probably not going to play, but Christopher Godwin looks like he's going to play. And that offense, the one thing I always like about Tampa here this particular year that I like about Tampa is Mayfield, Godwin, Evans, Irv, they're all been together. They have that group of guys, much like the Eagles where their skill players are all together. They know each other, but they lean on Mayfield first and Bucky Irving second. So it will be interesting to see if the Eagles offense can, kind of, as you kind of mentioned, get out of preseason form. And by the time they get to November, just keep piling wins up. And by the time you get to November, can you hit the ground running like you did last year?
Yeah, listen, they've lost 3 out of their last 4 in Tampa Bay. It's been a place where they have struggled mightily. So, yeah, they're going a little bit earlier, ahead of schedule. They get used to the heat. It's just been a place where, our famous Doc Rivers quote, scheduled loss. Scheduled.
Pickle juice.
And
scheduled loss
really
down
does
there.
Give Jalen Hurts all sorts of
different
looks and problems.
And this is a good Tampa team. They, too, yesterday that was wild. So,
yeah,
the score was the same, 27-26. And the blocked field goal, the Jets scooped and scored for a touchdown.
And still lost.
Made them 27-26. It was wild. Have you seen people have put Aaron Glenn, who's the head coach of the Jets, and he was dancing on the sideline. And yesterday was September 21st. They have him dancing to 21st night of September. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, I saved that. That video will be used at some point as a meme somewhere. So let's move along. Before I get out of here, let's get to a nugget number 2. We talked about Castellanos on Friday, and we were praising Castellanos when he was on the Mookie Betts podcast, taking this thing on the chin, being a professional about it. And then what happened, Mike? He starts going off the rails, getting asked all these questions, throwing the manager under the bus. I want to play Rob Thompson's response now. Over the weekend, maybe it got missed in some of the stuff going on Sunday with all the football going on. Listen to Rob Thompson's response to Castellanos and where their relationship stands at the moment.
As far as the communication part of it, if not only Nick, but if anybody else in that clubhouse doesn't think that I'm communicating enough with them, I'm probably not. And I got to do a better job. That's just being accountable. But there's two ways of communicating, and that door is always open. And I'm not a mind reader. I can't tell the future. I'm not a mind reader. So, you know, I urge players. I want players to come in here and tell me what's on their mind. So, but yeah, I obviously have to do a better job. Did you tell him that? Yes.
So there's Thompson on the relationship, on the communication with Castellanos. I talked about this on the locker room on Saturday. We played the whole thing with Castellanos. I didn't love that he called out the manager. I thought the line of questioning got repetitive towards the end, but there was no reason to call out and throw Rob Thompson under the bus there that you don't talk to him all the time. I thought that was a little ridiculous.
Well, I'll tell you, I don't think that part of it was ridiculous. I think the way that he said communication over the years has been suspect. Or
yeah, that falls under that umbrella with me. Yeah, I agree.
Right, but my point is, Nick, you have started every single game here essentially for 3 years. Like, so if you're saying that where's the communication problem? You're in the lineup every day. Now all of a sudden you're not in the lineup, so you're not happy that you're not getting talked to. Did you have a problem that no one was talking to you when you were in the lineup every single day? And the other answer is, like I thought was completely perplexing, is, I mean, the line of questioning is, hey, you helped the team win tonight. Are you starting to settle into this new role? And then he took offense to it, like, you should be asking me about my 250th home run, or he didn't come out there, but, like, that's essentially like, hey, I had a good game, and you're asking me about this. Well, yeah, we're just trying to find out whether or not you had a good game, and is it because you found, like, a routine that is helping you better now? And he's like, well, maybe I took batting practice today. Maybe I'll do that again. You don't take batting practice if you're not in the lineup? Are you that much of a sourpuss? Really? Like, you're not in the lineup, so you don't hit? Like, all of that stuff just made him look petulant.
There's no way, and we talked about this over and over again, there's no way he's here next year. No way. Win or lose the World Series.
The other part of it was when the reporter, I think it was Todd Zalecki, said, you know, hey, that's surprising to hear about the communication because many people talk about how that's one of his strong suits. And he says, well, who says that? Everybody on the team. You can say that Rob Thompson is the worst manager in the history of baseball in terms of X's and O's. But the one thing that most people universally have said is, well, he is a pretty good communicator and his players like playing for him. And Castellanos is like, well, who said that?
Yeah.
I had no time.
The questioning was repetitive, like Earnshaw said. At the end, are you unhappy?
Well, he
who
said
that.
He got asked a question. I don't remember the exact question. And he said, that question is, I don't want to.
Creating a narrative, right.
I don't want to answer that question because, like, it could get me in trouble or something to that extent.
It creates a narrative, yeah.
And then they said, well, are you unhappy?
It was bizarre.
That was the tag team.
The whole thing was bizarre. The whole thing. And especially after he was on the Mookie podcast, we talked about it, and he was up here, and now he's just dropped. No way he's a Philly. No way.
Just needling Castellanos in the belly. Just
just a little bit.
At the end, just needling.
Yep. All right.
Well, guess what? If he would have answered the questions the way you're supposed to, he wouldn't have been needled.
I don't disagree
with that. Like a professional, then they won't get needled. You ask him like a jackass, well, guess what? That's the problem. Answer them accordingly. Hey, do you have a new routine because you had a good game day? You know what? I took batting practice today. I might try to do that again. Is that so hard?
Nope. He just waits for a text message to see if he's in the lineup or
not.
Yeah.
When I get a text, I'm in the lineup. When I don't get a text, I'm not in the lineup. Seriously, dude? Is this? He could beat it for all I care.
Beat it.
Get out of here.
I
told you. I leave his ass off the playoff roster. McMullen joins me. Coming up next.
me personally, I truly believe, man, we got so many good players on this team. And at times, you can feel like we're being conservative. And I don't think it should be like that. I think it should, let your killers do their thing, and play fast and play aggressive. I'm not saying that we haven't been, but, me personally, that's what I would like. Obviously we're going to run the ball and we're going to set up the run off the pass and the pass off the run. But, we have a lot of good players and you should just let us go.
Seemed to be a message yesterday between A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts. That was A.J. Brown saying, we've been too conservative. Did the message get to the coaching staff yesterday? John McMullen, Birds 365, Sports Illustrated, set to join us now. He's brought to you by Boardwalk Honda. Shop their lineup of new pre-owned and certified pre-owned Hondas online at boardwalkhonda.com. Well, as we know, John, the first half didn't go so well for the offense. The second half, they broke it out. What changed in the offense there? You heard what A.J. Brown said. They were very conservative. Was it simply, hey, the players got to the coaches and say, hey, let's open this thing up? Was it time and score? What say you?
No, I circumstance. I've been talking about this a lot. You don't want to see it happen in general because you don't want to be down that much. But when you're down that much, you got to throw the football. And they threw it effectively for the most part. So it's the first time the circumstance has demanded it. I don't know how many times Nick Sirianni has said it, but at least 1,000 times. If we got to run it 40 times, we'll run it 40 times. If we got to throw it 40 times, we'll throw it 40 times. But I don't think it changes the core philosophy of this team, which is built on mainly the offensive line and Saquon Barkley. And I don't think that changes until they lose a few games, which, again, I don't think people want to happen. They may think they want it to happen, but I don't think they want it to happen.
So, you take a look at this team's offense. It's been a run-first offense. Is that still who they want to be? Because I guess I'll ask you through 3 weeks. They can't be happy with the run game yet, right?
No, they can't be happy with either. We're talking about 2 quarters, basically, of good offensive football. And really, if you go back to the Dallas game, early on in the Dallas game, they were effective, but it was more the quarterback, all schedule stuff. So overall, I don't think they're happy with the offense in any framework. And they're still working towards it. But I got to tell you, it's fun to be 3-0 when you're working to fix these things versus struggling and losing football games. So, and that speaks to the talent level, I think.
Yeah, and we were talking about right before you came on, John, is like, hey, a lot of the NFL is like kind of going through the preseason month of September here, and they're trying to work out the kinks here. And you wonder if they're finding out a little bit more about, hey, our run game is not the same, or people are not defending us the same. Is that what you're seeing as well? Is, hey, team saw you run for 2,000 yards last year. We're not going to let you do that again.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the numbers would tell you it's not that much different because, people used a lot of heavy boxes against the Eagles last season as well, and they were still able to run the football effectively. So they haven't been able to do it yet. So the boxes, they continue to see heavy boxes. But, again, I don't think numerically that's not much different from last year. So what's not working? Coming into the week, PFF had them graded as the number 1 offensive line in football. So, maybe they're not up to their standard of previous years with that offensive line, but still playing at a high level contextually when you compare it to their peers. Saquon doesn't look as effective as last season. You and I talked about that a lot. Special seasons are special for a reason. I don't think he's playing as well as last season. And then the passing game factors into that as well. They haven't been able to pass the ball effectively at all until the second half yesterday. So I think it's a perfect storm of issues, but I don't think the Eagles wake up today and say, oh, we can't run the ball. We have to go in a different direction. I think, they still have a lot of confidence in that offensive line and Saquon Barkley.
As they should. What do you make of the comments from A.J. Brown, Jalen Hurts? Hurts especially, too. I mean, A.J., okay, he's a little, he'll say what's on his mind more so than not. But Jalen Hurts also, hey, we have so many different styles, but we're being too conservative. I mean, he came right out and said it.
Yeah, I think they are too conservative, but I thought they were too conservative last year when they won the Super Bowl. So, I mean, I said it, I might be the only one who said it, but I think they were unfair to Jalen Hurts last season when they scaled things back at the bye week after the loss in Tampa. I thought that was unfair. But, they went on to win 17 of 18 games in the Lombardi Trophy. So it's tough to talk them into that. And their whole philosophy has been, if we don't turn the football over, we're going to win. Mm-hmm. And their giveaway ratio coming into yesterday was 38 takeaways, 9 giveaways in that 18 of 19 game stretch that they won. So pretty successful formula. They turned it over once yesterday, and they turned it over when they're trying to pass the ball. So it makes sense. The more chances you take, the more you put the football at risk. And this team believes if they don't turn it over, they're going to win, and it's hard to argue with that. So they are conservative, but that might be the way to go.
Well, we'll see what happens in Tampa Bay. Obviously, is the next team on the schedule here. How this offense changes, if at all, and can they get Saquon Barkley going? He had 88 yards last week. It's been his best game of the season. But obviously, the Rams bottled him up yesterday. And you look at the offensive line. Do you think they're the number one rated offensive line pro Football Focus? But do you think the offensive line? I know, yes, it's hard because Lane Johnson went out. You do have a new right guard in there, but do you look at this offensive line and think that they're playing as well as they have in the past?
No, but again, contextually, they're playing better than everybody else. So I think that's the important. Have they reached their typical level? Have they reached, a former GM told me, yes, last year, that was one of the best offensive lines of all time. So are they playing at that level? No. But are they playing better than the Rams' offensive line or Tampa Bay's offensive line or anybody else's offensive line? Yes. So it's kind of the framework, and are they going to get better? Now we have to see if Lane Johnson's going to be healthy. Seem to think he's going to be able to play this week, but he's not a doctor.
Right.
And Landon Dickerson is not playing like his typical self because he's fighting through back and knee injuries. So he hasn't played up to his standard. But overall, yeah, I mean, if you're going to measure them against last year's offensive line, similar to Saquon, it's probably not the way to do it because, again, going back to the historic nature and the specialness of that season, it was special for a reason. You don't just repeat it.
When you see the, I say a cause and effect here, you throw the ball to A.J. Brown, he catches it and gets first downs. Does that make the Eagles think, you know what, maybe we should implement that a little bit more?
Well, I think from their perspective, it takes care of itself. I think the problem is they had a lot of these games last season that people forget about because they won the Super Bowl. So they had, just over 110 passing yards against Baltimore. They had 100 low hundreds against Carolina back to back. And then came the Pittsburgh game. And, they had poor passing performances in the playoffs against Green Bay and against the Rams. And then came the Washington game, and then came the Super Bowl. And people kind of forget about it. So I think the standpoint, if you look at this team in this era, before Saquon got here, AJ had a 1,400-yard season. He had a 1,500-yard season. And when Saquon got here, he had 1,200 or whatever. That's probably what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So these games are always going to happen. And the circumstance of the game, the personality of the game factors into it. Sometimes you're blowing out a team. They're going to, this is the toughest part of the schedule. And they're already 3-0, at least on paper from my standpoint. What's coming up around the corner? The New York Giants. They might blow out the New York Giants. A good defense, maybe not, but you're going to have easier games where.
Oh, I think the Rams. I think the Rams are the best team on the schedule.
Well, I still think Green Bay is, but
See, I like the Rams offense better than the Green Bay offense. Just the weapons, the skill players in the line. I think their lines are comparable, but I'll take Stafford over Love, and I'll take the two receivers. I would definitely take the two receivers in L.A. over the crew in Green Bay.
Well, I think that Jaden Reed injury certainly hurts. I they have a better running back in Josh Jacobs. They probably have the better offensive line when healthy. And I don't know where Zach Tom is. Love is more explosive, I would say, but not as consistent. But hey, Matthew Stafford missed a bunch of layups yesterday.
He did.
He's 37 years old.
Yep.
They certainly have a higher upside, I would say. From Green Bay, and whether they reach it or not, and they both have good defenses, but I think Green Bay is a little bit more, little bit better matchup.
Yeah, I think the Parsons thing put Green Bay like on a level that maybe they're not quite, and to me, if the team's best asset is their pass rush, generally the Eagles' offensive line, that's the neutralizer, right? Parsons hasn't been a game wrecker against the Eagles. They have found ways to kind of neutralize him. And that's why I tend to go towards the Rams, because if your best defensive player is a pass rusher, and we saw yesterday, they got to Hurts in the first half because as soon as Lane Johnson went out of the game, that Fred Johnson thing was underrated because of the way the game ended and everything, but that really changed the complexion of that game.
Yeah, I don't think Matt certainly didn't play well when he was in there as a pass protector, and Fred kind of calmed it down. When either of them playing, honestly, but they were able to get things going. I do think, I'm a big styles make fights guy, so I don't think the Rams match up well with the Eagles. Vic Fangio has a long history of getting the best of Sean McVay. They're very undersized on defense, so typically until yesterday, obviously they ran for 460 yards and Saquon had 4. They had 3 70-yard touchdown runs and a 62-yard touchdown run. So, yeah, I don't think the Rams match up well. And then you have the psyche effect in that they thought they had him dead and buried, and here they come and they beat him again. I think – yeah, I would be more concerned about Green Bay than the Rams.
Well,
but that's me.
Yeah, either way, this Rams team is a team that you can probably see in the playoffs again. And the Rams, I don't know, you were there yesterday. I'm watching and it had vibes of the 2023 San Francisco game where you play this team, you beat them, and they're looking at, hey, we want to prove that we belong. And they come in here and Rochambeau you on your home field like that first half. I guess the underrated part of it is that
I didn't get that. I didn't get that at all because San Francisco boat raced.
Well, I was going to say the difference was you were able to get them to kick field goals and just kind of hang on for dear life, right?
So I was doing my halftime show and I said the same thing. Everybody's booing them off the field. It was a terrible first half. I'm not trying to excuse the first half, but I said, yeah, I think they're fine. Because, I thought they'd come out and score right away and then things would start. I thought it was a really bad sign for the Rams settling for field goals. Now, they should have had the game won in the first half. Because, again, Matthew Stafford on third down, there's 2 or 3 layups that he makes in his sleep. Mm-hmm. And if those are touchdowns instead of field goals, the game's over. But they didn't do it, and they left the door open. And sure enough, the Eagles were able to kick it down You can't do that against good teams, settle for field goals. So, yeah, I didn't get that feeling at all. The San Francisco game was the exact opposite. They put their foot on the Eagles' throat and just never let it off. I didn't get that feeling at all from that game yesterday.
No,
I just thought the Eagles were
I
playing
agree.
for
No,
it.
what I was saying was it was going in the direction where it started to feel that, except for the fact that they kept holding them to field goals, because if they could have converted, like you said, there were plays for them to be made, and they were missing them. And it was like, man, if they make some of these plays, this game's a blowout. And then it got to 26-7, and it started to trend in that direction. And then what was the play or the moment that it all changed?
Well, I thought early in the game, to Stafford's point, it was either his first or second pass attempt. Jalen Carter was all over him. And I saw that right there. He started getting sped up, and he started getting off the spots and making mistakes. I think it was that early from the perspective of holding them to field goals. But as far as the actual game, yeah, I think, once they went down 26-7, that drive, so it was the go route to AJ and then the seam to Dallas, like bang, bang. And they did it so quickly and so easily. You sort of, there's where I got the feeling that the doubt crept into the Rams' eyes, to the Rams' psyche. And they said, oh, boy. And sure enough, and the Eagles made some mistakes along the way. Like, I thought Nick went for that fourth down way too early, but the Rams weren't able to take advantage when they didn't convert. Rams had a bunch of chances, and obviously Cardi went from player of the game to a disaster with these low trajectory kicks. 44-yarder in today's NFL to win it, you got to make that thing.
Speaking of the kicks in the return games, we saw the Eagles have just signed a little while ago Xavier Gibson from the Giants. He was with the Jets. He actually got cut from the Jets because he fumbled a ball there in week 1 against the Steelers. But the Eagles had all sorts of problems yesterday fielding kickoffs, and that was a story in the game. The field position, they kept getting terrible field position because they couldn't field a kick.
Yeah, I mean, Gibson, clearly they want to improve this because kick returns have become a bigger deal from both sides, coverage and returns, because they're a big part of football again after years of dormancy. But I don't think you have to overreact to that game yesterday, because nobody else throws. That's like Phil Negro. I mean, he's kicking knuckleballs. Nobody else does that. And they couldn't field them, which is bad. Don't get me wrong. I mean, Tank Bigsby and John Mechie should have done a better job. But it's not like you're going to see that ever again unless you play the Rams in the playoffs again. And if, he might not even be there if he keeps missing field goals or he keeps kicking these low trajectory kicks. So I don't think you have to overreact, but bottom line is, I think it says they don't think either of those guys are good kick returners.
Well, did they trade for Bigsby? Did they trade for Bigsby in part because they thought he would add to the kick return game?
That's exactly why they traded for him.
Yeah.
And
isn't Shipley
added to it?
Is Shipley? I mean, you would, because last week it seemed that they kept kicking away from Bigsby, and it was like, well, if they can get Shipley and Bigsby back there, now you got to kick to one of those two guys.
Well, they weren't kicking away from Bigsby last week. They just happened to kick that way because the kicker was comfortable. Like, it's not Gale Sayers back there. Nobody's kicking away from Tank Bigsby.
Okay.
It's just a matter of how that happened. But and John Mechie really doesn't have a history of returning kicks. Will's fine, and if you get him back, he can do it. But he's not explosive. I think they really want a big-time kickoff returner, and they're probably not going to find it with Gibson. It's probably not Bigsby, and it's not Shipley. But, they're not – you can't have everything. And I think when Will comes back, and he'll probably be back this week because he was already back at practice last week in a limited fashion, I think he'll calm things down.
All right, John McMullen's with us. The defense yesterday, I mean, as we chronicled, they held the field goals in the first half. There were some missed plays by the Rams that kept Philadelphia in the game. That 3rd and 2 from Jordan Davis, that was a big moment in the game. The 4th down stop, that would have been a big moment in the game, except for Philadelphia goes 4 and out. And then the Rams go for a field goal on 4th and 2 that ends up getting blocked there. Were you surprised they tried the field goal? Because that still only put them up 1 score.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about conservative here. I mean, I think Sean McVay is way too conservative in general. I think, you got to try. You're on the road against the reigning Super Bowl champions. I think you have to seize the moment, kind of push the envelope. But, I mean, that's a guy, Nick Sirianni might beat him 10 straight times and people will still say he's the better coach. Because he's got the reputation and the coaching tree. But I think you saw some of the game management issues. Again, it always crops up with these guys, the Kyle Shanahans of the world, even the Andy Reids, the guys that are play callers. They tend to make mistakes in game management because they're bogged down in that. And I've always been a proponent of the CEO coach. And I think way too many people miss that because they don't consider the enormity of the job. They just think of coaches as play callers, and it's so much of a bigger job than that.
Jordan Davis obviously it was a day of the ages for him. He had a block return. He was in on another block. He had the 3rd down play, but he just had an overall huge day. But overall, what kind of the evolution of him this season have you seen?
Well, he's just in better shape. I mean, that's it. That's it. He's always been a good player, but he would tire, wasn't capable of playing. Think about not only the play itself, but think about how effective he was on what was, whatever, the 65th play of the game, late in the game, to have the conditioning to do that and then run 18.59 miles per hour and run past everybody, which they didn't even, the game was over. They didn't even need the touchdown, but just the physical impressiveness. He's just in better shape. He's always been a good player, but now he's not wearing down. And it looks good for 60 minutes instead of little short bursts here and there.
Well, that and, of course, we were talking with Mosher earlier. They only had 3 plays, the Rams, of 3rd down and 6 or longer the whole game. So if people were, talking about the pass rush, they didn't have a lot of pass rush yesterday. There wasn't very many pass rushing opportunities in that game, it felt like.
No, and Stafford's not going to take a lot of sack. The only sack he took was a no gain was that play where he chased him down. That was a sack. That was ruled a sack.
Yeah.
Which is, again, the context of the statistic of sacks it's one of the worst in football because people read the box score and they say, oh, he got a sack. And then you look at the context of it. But, yeah, Matthew Stafford's not going to take a lot of sacks, but they ran the football effectively. So, Kyron Williams had a big day, and he didn't fumble the football, so it was a big day for him as well. He had a really good day, and they generally stayed ahead of the sticks to the point of so few 3rd and longs. And when you don't have 3rd and longs, you can't pin your ears back. And, again, the quarterback plays into it as well. Some guys are going to hold on to the football and allow you to get sacks. Quarterbacks like Matthew Stafford, who's seen it all, the ball's coming out.
Yeah.
He's not going to let you get a lot of sacks.
Well, it was a wild day yesterday, I'll tell you. I mean, you see one field goal block, you're like, whoa. And then you see a second one as the game is on the line there. It almost felt like, hey, what an effort to come back. This is, I'll give it to him for not for fighting all the way to the end. To get the block and then return it for the touchdown. Forget the touchdown part of it. The fact that you blocked the second one, it was unbelievable. But, hey, overall, you're 3-0, as you mentioned, and you probably would say this team has not played nearly their best football yet.
No, and that should be scary for the rest of the league. I mean, they're not. They played basically 3 good quarters of offensive football, from halftime and then probably the first quarter against Dallas. Defensively, they played pretty consistently, though. And special teams, they've done a really nice job, whether it's Jake Elliott bouncing back. Braden Mann's been one of the best punters. But people don't think about special teams. We just talked to Nick earlier. The Eagles, a lot of teams don't put their best players on field goal block. And the Eagles have Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis out there. I would say teams don't copy the right things when it's with the Eagles, And then Nick brought up field goal block, and Jordan Mailata plays on that. Jordan Davis plays on that sometimes as a wing, sort of to protect, because of his big body, to protect Jake Elliott. Other teams don't do that.
Yeah.
And here it goes, and it wins you a game.
Well, on to Tampa. Looks like they're going to Tampa a little earlier this week, too, to try to acclimate to the heat down there. And, of course, they have had all sorts of problems with Tampa.
What one day is going to do for you. I look at that. I'm like, really? You're going to get used to the heat one day in Tampa?
They got to try something different because this has been a house of horrors. But it's probably Todd Bowles' defense that has been the bigger problem.
I think it's, last year, Mike, before I go, A.J. Brown wasn't there. Devontae Smith wasn't there. Lane Johnson wasn't there. I think that had more to do with it than the heat.
This is a good point you make here.
Mike Evans might not play this week. Probably will not play this week.
Yeah, he looked he didn't look happy. He looked like he knew that he was going to miss some time. So
exactly.
We'll have plenty more.
I think it's much more with the players than the heat. But we shall see.
2-3-0 teams, and you can listen to the game right here on 97.3 ESPN. John's back later this week. All right, bud, we'll talk to you then.
All right, thanks, Mike.
John McMullen is brought to you by Boardwalk Honda. Shop at certified pre-owned Hondas online, boardwalkhonda.com. Well, we've reached the end of the show. I can't believe it. We've got about a half hour left to go live at the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Don't forget, Wednesday we are live at Maynard's in Margate. Stop out and see us at Maynard's in Margate. We're giving away a trip to see the Eagles play the Giants. That Giant game last night was dreadful. We'll kind of go around the NFL.
And they were in the game.
They were in the game. Well, Kansas City's dreadful.
Right, but they were in the game. I mean, they hung tough.
More Sports Bash on the way. Don't go away. It is 97.3 ESPN.
I think that's their football philosophy.
That's
Their
what I
team
mean.
philosophy is like, this is how we're going to play this game. And that's kind of why I said a month ago, it felt like Sirianni and Hurts were the modern version of Belichick and Brady. It's like whatever it takes. And so you just have to sit back and marvel at their ability to be the chameleon and what's needed in certain games.
Dan Orlovsky said that this morning on Get Up, Sports Bash Live. Now, he talked about winning by any means necessary, okay? And that comment stood out to me, and I'll tell you guys why. Sports Bash Live today, Fanatics Sportsbook, Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. I'm Mike Gill. My on-site producer today, of course, is Pete G. Josh Hennings back in the Ocean Casino Resort studios. So he talked about winning by any means necessary. In 2023, wasn't that really the 10-1 start? Hey, we'll fight you. We'll beat you up. You're going to have to play our way to beat us. Like, you're going to have to figure out how to beat us. I go back to that. They beat New England, who was not very good that year, 25-20. They beat Minnesota 34-28. They had an ugly win against Tampa, 25-11. They beat Washington 34-31 in overtime. They beat the Rams 23-14. They had that ugly loss against the Jets, but then they had their best win of the year against Miami. Then they had a close game against Washington, 38-31. They played Dallas. They beat them 28-23. They had a win against Kansas City where they had a scratch and claw. They beat them 21-17. They beat Buffalo in overtime, 37-34. They kept finding ways to win in that season until they just ran out of ways to win. And that season went off the rails. And it went off the rails quickly by San Francisco beating you 42-19. You got smoked by Dallas 33-13. You had that ugly loss against Seattle 20-17. They lost to Arizona 35-31. They lost to the Giants. I mean, so when he said win by any means necessary, it did make me go back to that 2023 a little bit.
Guys, I was just going to say, you mentioned 2023. I think 2023 is part of the reason why a lot of us were freaking out during the game yesterday, because what was part of the reason why 2023 went sideways was because they got predictable. People knew what was coming. Well, yesterday it felt like they were running the same plays again and again and again in the first half.
Well, they certainly, it's funny. They ran some plays where they were throwing the ball to Barkley out of the backfield, and you're like, what are you doing? Like, Barkley is just not a good receiver.
But they were bad throws, too.
That's what I'm saying.
They weren't even wheel outs or anything. It wasn't like getting him on space.
I just, I'm not calling plays to throw the ball to Barkley. He's just not a good receiver, right? He's not good at catching the ball out of the backfield.
Well, I'm sure you wouldn't call a play where you're throwing it 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage either.
I just, the whole vibe of that first half of that game and then down 26-7, it made me think of 2023 of like, man, your first 2 games, like Dallas to me is just a mediocre team at best, right? I mean, on their best day, they're mediocre. And they made you that first night fight and scratch and claw to beat them. Kansas City right now is pretty mediocre. I mean, let's be honest. I think they kept talking about it last night. When they get their receivers back, maybe that will.
Then you can judge them once they get worthy.
Right, but the outfit that you saw last week, that's a very average team, and you barely could hold on to beat that team.
Well, what about the theory that, now that you're the champs, everyone's giving you the best punch? Is there a possibility that...
And in 23, you were coming off the 3-point loss in the Super Bowl.
Right, so is maybe some of this, hey, you're getting every team's biggest shot. It's kind of like you're the man with the belt, so now you're getting everybody's best effort.
That's look. Anytime Philly and Dallas play, you're supposedly getting their best effort, but let's be honest. Sometimes Dallas can give their best effort and still get their ass kicked. I mean, they're just not all that good, as we've seen the last couple of weeks. They got ran off the field yesterday.
I mean, it didn't help when they lost Lamb. It went downhill real quick.
I agree, but they couldn't get a stop either. They couldn't get a stop against a guy who's had major struggles, and that offense went up and down the field with ease on them.
I mean, what is more wild? The fact that Caleb Williams had the game he had yesterday, the fact that Russell Wilson had the game that he did 2 weeks ago against the Cowboys.
if you were to say, right, after watching Russell Wilson last night, that he did anything of substance against anybody this year, you would be surprised.
I mean, the guy threw almost for 500 yards against the Cowboys, and the next week the Chiefs shut him down like he's a high school quarterback.
Both things are true.
Well, it shows you the week nature of everything. Like, you throw for 450 one week against one team, and then that same team tightens up and makes changes. And as John said, I agree, styles make the fights. But what kind of style does New York play that Dallas' defense couldn't get a stop? And then they couldn't get a stop yesterday.
Well,
so I
also
think it's a little bit more indicative of who they are. The
And-
Dallas defense is just not good.
And that's why the week-to-week nature is so important, because of the fact that once a team sees what you're doing, now you're giving a team an entire 5-6 days to plan for you. And if you don't have nothing up your sleeve, then you feel like how Eagle fans felt yesterday, the first half being like, can we show this team something else?
That's what makes the Eagles so good, is they have a variety of ways to beat you.
When they want to.
When they want to, but they still have.
Well, like John
the
said,
ability.
the game called for them to have to make that change.
Right.
Right? And so not when they want to, when they had to. They had to. So they did. They evolved because the game called for it.
Let's squeeze some text in here, guys. I know we don't have a lot of time, but we got Glenn and Epseekin chimed in earlier at 609-403-0973. He says, as long as you hold teams to field goals, you will always be in the game. If the Rams score touchdowns, they're going to win running away. But the Eagles defense held them to field goal attempts, and that keeps you in games. It's from Glenn and Epstein.
That was a story for me at halftime. I said to the people at my house, I said, well, the fact that they are kicking field goals, you've left the Eagles around. But the Rams opened the second half by scoring. After the Eagles fumble, right. But that made it 26-7.
Right.
So at that point, you're thinking, all right, all that good they did by holding them to field goals did you no good, because you gave up a touchdown because your offense turned the ball right over.
Yeah.
Rico brings up a very interesting point, guys, on the text board. He says, Mike, I love seeing the usually stoic Jalen Hurts on the sidelines firing everyone else up. I think that's a great point by Rico, because it was like Hurts said, okay, I need to reach into that part of me to give these guys a different message right now.
Well, I said that earlier. It was like the fact that Jalen kind of cracked finally and was like, hey, listen, we're too conservative. We can't do this anymore. You know, we can't open it up. And it was like, I don't know if it was him saying, like, hey, coach, you can trust me. Like, it's okay. Or, like, I know that you are trusting the way that we're playing, but it's okay if you want to ask me to do a little bit more.
And then when Davis blocks the field goal and scores a touchdown, they show Jalen Hurts on the sidelines, and he's just
The first time the guy smiled all day.
no, he didn't smile. He just was standing there.
You're talking about the shot before. I meant the shot after, where he's got his hands up in the air.
Oh yeah,
when he's smiling. Like I remember seeing that. I'm like, oh my gosh, the guy actually smiles. There's
and
teeth on this guy.
Sirianni went bonkers.
Well, Sirianni's emotional.
Well, it's almost like after the game when whoever the PR person is like, 2 more questions, please. And then Sirianni's like, no, I'll take a couple more.
Yeah.
That was like Hurts yesterday. Like, you know what? Like, I know that guy usually only throw the ball 20 times a game, but if you need me to throw 30 today, I'm okay with that. Like, go ahead.
A couple more texts to squeeze in here. Brandon from Dennisville says, I was at a game a couple years back when we cheered when the Eagles actually ran the ball. Now I was in the crowd yesterday where we cheered when we finally threw the ball, as if they built off the second half offensive performance with each drive. It's hard to see a world where they're not making another Super Bowl appearance this February. That's from Brandon in Dennisville.
That was a great Bronx cheer. One of the better Bronx cheers I've heard from the
Well,
Philly fans.
it's funny. So normally you get the guys that stand outside the NovaCare complex
With the signs.
sheet that says run the damn ball. Are you going to get them out there with the sheet this week that says throw the damn ball?
I think A.J. Brown would probably be there with them.
I just, like, you don't have to, like, because something worked one week doesn't mean you have to do it the next week. It's whatever it takes to win that week. So many people get hung up on, well, you're not running the ball well. Well, what if I do next week? I'm just not going to not run the ball. I have Saquon Barkley. And by the way, if you remember, I was the one guy who did question giving him that extension. Just saying. Not because, I didn't question it in that the Eagles, like, they did right by him. It's why the organization is loved by players. It's like, hey, this guy had 2,000 yards, and you rewarded him. And I said, you didn't really have to reward him. He already had a contract.
No, but it's what you just said it before. It's why people love the Eagles,
I
because
get
the
that.
Eagles take care of their guys, and I'd rather be the team that takes care of my guys than a team like Dallas where everybody hates the owner.
I get that, but he was signed for 3 years already. I'm just saying.
Watch him run for 200 yards next week. Now.
I know. I'm just saying. But, like, Now you put the money into him, and now he's locked up for an extra year, and you're hoping that he is not. Now he doesn't look like he's run out of gas or anything, but you're hoping that teams aren't defending him differently, and it changes the dynamics of what made him what he brought to you.
Larry in EHC has an interesting comment, guys, on the text board. He says, the eye test makes me think that not having Mekhi Becton run blocking has really changed their dominance. May not have been as good in pass pro, but he was definitely part of the unit clearing the lane for Barkley. That's from Larry in EHT.
Yeah, it's hard to – I mean, I think that Larry –
Steen's been good, though, right? Steen's been pretty serviceable.
But I think that teams are defending them differently more than Steen hasn't. Like, that the drop-off has been that drastic. I think teams are just crowding the box more. You're seeing 8 and 9 guys up there a lot of the time.
Yeah.
But I do think, and McMullen and I had this conversation earlier in the hour, and I agree with him, is that the Eagles' offensive line is not performing at the same dominant level that it has been. And he said, Landon Dickerson's not 100% healthy. You had the injury to Lane Johnson. You've got a new right guard in there, and he's probably a little bit of a step back than Becton last year.
And they're still 3-0. I mean, for all the guys that they let walk in free agency and not re-sign, they're 3-0.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We'll get ready to wrap up the show. We're live today at the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Tomorrow is the only day that I'll be in the Ocean Casino Resort studios. Wednesday, we'll be at Maynard's in Margate, so come on out and see us at Maynard's. Thursday, Chickies Pete's back in Atlantic City. Friday, we will be at the Roost in Egg Harbor Township at Harbor Pines. That is the spot to be for the Ryder Cup, this year's Ryder Cup. Come on out to the Roost this Friday. They've got all sorts of great menu items we'll read off throughout the week. But, hey, if you haven't been to the Roost yet, you've been saying, you know what, I've heard of that place. I haven't been there yet. Come on out and see us on Friday. It's a great spot. I had lunch there on Saturday, actually, and awesome place, play around a golf. Golf course was packed on Saturday afternoon. All right, we're getting ready to wrap up the show next. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. All right, get ready to get out of here on this Monday night live at the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Thanks to everybody who was a part of today's show. Text board was buzzing today. We'll, a lot of the text messages we'll get to on tomorrow's show. We see them all kind of build up in there, so we'll be able to read and react more. No Phils tonight. Got Monday Night Football tonight. Who is it tonight? It is
Ravens and Lions.
And Lions.
Good
yeah,
game.
Good game.
Ravens,
High-scoring
Lions.
game.
Interested to see how this Lions team – we didn't really get a chance to look at – we'll do the one thought every game tomorrow with Casey. But you had the Packers lose to the Browns.
After their one player said we're going to go undefeated.
Bad day.
That was a bad time.
LaFleur got asked about that today, and he actually said it was almost good they lost.
Well, yeah, it's always sometimes you learn from those losses. What was better?
It sounds like Sirianni.
The blocked field goal to seal a game or a punt return to seal it?
Who had that?
Deshaun Jackson.
Oh, okay, Miracle at the Meadowlands.
Yeah.
Oh, probably D-Jax, yeah.
D-Jax is more electric. This was more like holy
Improbable.
Toledo Batman,
More improbable.
Like
And
D-Jax is
Jordan
more of a movie. Davis
Jordan-
was more like a football game.
Sirianni said this after the game. Jordan Davis should have gone down, right? I mean, they
Well,
coached
that's what
them.
we were watching at my house, and somebody at our house was like, Sirianni needs to tell him to make sure he gets down. That's just the way fans are, right? You score a touchdown and you're 40, and it's like, no, you need to get down. All right, tomorrow, more Sports Bash. We'll start to wrap up the Rams' unbelievable win and then get you ready for the second to last series of the season for the Phils. It's the last week of the regular season. We'll see where they will land in the playoffs, which starts next Saturday. Have a great night, everybody.